Chapter 838. This city was called Luo Wang City, and it was a famous ancient city in the central celestial domain. It had existed for a long time and stood in the depths of the universe. It was vast and majestic. Most importantly, there was an ancient, immortal king overseeing this city. His name was Luo Wang. It was Luo Wang's 100,000th birthday banquet, and many powerful cultivators in the central celestial domain were invited. The entire Luo Wang city was very lively. Many ancient, immortal Tao families in the central celestial domain had rushed here. Divine light shone in the universe. Ancient warships swept past one after another, descending towards this place. The Wang family was an extremely famous immortal Tao family in the central celestial domain. They had an immortal king patriarch overseeing them. Moreover, their inheritance had never been severed. The white-robed man in front of them was the current young master of the Wang family, Wang Wushang. He had unparalleled talent. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and had already entered the supreme stage. He was expected to complete the Tao within 3,000 years. In the future, there was a high possibility that he would touch the threshold of the immortal king realm. The tall young man beside Wang Wushang was the successor of the Luo family. His name was Luo Xian. He had a noble status and was a young seed like Wang Wushang. He was expected to become an immortal king in the future. Luo Wang's birthday banquet this time invited all the orthodoxies of the central celestial domain. As a host, Luo Xian personally accompanied Wang Wushang. It was clear how much the Luo family valued Wang Wushang. Luo Xian stared at Wang Zijin in front of the city with a friendly smile. The two figures descended from the ancient worship and landed in front of Luo Wang City. In front of the magnificent city gate, cultivators were as insignificant as ants. However, the two of them were extremely noble, and the surrounding cultivators all greeted them respectfully. Wang Zijin was dressed in white, and her face was somewhat thin. She looked at Wang Wushang and Luo Xian, who were walking towards her, and a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. She knew that she could not leave Luo Wang City today. Therefore, she turned around and left, not paying any attention to the two of them. Luo Xian was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "Miss Zijin is really different from ordinary girls." With his status, who in the entire central celestial domain would not give him some face. Even some true immortal patriarchs thought highly of him and would not treat him as an ordinary junior. However, on Wang Zijin's side, he kept running into a wall and didn't get the slightest response. Looking at Wang Zijin's departing figure, Wang Wushang shook his head and chuckled. "I didn't expect that someone like Brother Luo would encounter such a situation one day. It seems that even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. However, Cousin Zijin is not an ordinary person. Even our immortal king, old ancestor, thinks highly of her. Back then, we paid an enormous price to bring her here from the realm of origin. Brother Luo, if you want to pursue Cousin Zijin, you have to work harder." "Of course, I personally strongly support this marriage." Hearing this, Luo Xian nodded and said solemnly, "Brother Wang, don't worry. I know my limits and will not act rashly. I heard that Miss Zijin is the reincarnation of a powerful existence from the ancient era and possesses an immortal imprint. That existence has a very deep relationship with the Wang clan and is also a peerless immortal king. She left behind an immortal imprint because it is very likely that she will reincarnate in this life and reach the peak again. At that time, her cultivation will most likely be greater than before." He admired Wang Zijin. On one hand, it was because of her personality and appearance. On the other hand, it was also because of Wang Zijin's extraordinary background. This also caused the entire Luo clan, including Patriarch Luo Wang, to agree with this matter. This matter involves a lot of things. Even I only know a little about it. In short, Cousin Zijin has a very special status in our Wang clan. Some true immortal patriarchs can't do anything to her. During this period of time, She has heard about what happened in the Western Celestial Domain and wants to go through that door to return to the realm of origin. However, the Western Celestial Domain is now a place where even immortal kings don't dare to casually set foot in. Isn't she courting death by going there rashly? Back then, even our immortal king, old ancestor, divined that an unexpected change would happen in the realm of origin. We can't bear the karma and shouldn't touch it. Wang Wushang shook his head. When he mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but sigh and tremble. After all, those were 4 immortal kings of the foreign domain. They had all died tragically in the Western Celestial Domain, shocking all the realms and making them tremble. The realm of origin is a mysterious place. It is said that many existences of reincarnation are buried there. This time, an existence that only exists in the Forbidden Realm has appeared. Luo Xian also sighed. Although they were the best of the younger generation in the Central Celestial Domain, they didn't dare say that they would definitely become immortal kings in the future. In the eyes of those forbidden existences, they were no different from ants and dust. However, I hope that Brother Wang can help me keep an eye on that boy called Qin. He has an aura that I can't see through. I heard that Miss Zijin saved him once in the boundless battlefield out of kindness. Some time ago, I saw the methods that guy used in the arena. He seems to have the shadow of the underworld defying true world behind him. Then Luo Xian's expression became serious, and he cupped his hand slightly. Shadow of the underworld defying true world. Wang Wushang was momentarily stunned. Then his expression became solemn as well. The underworld defying true world was destroyed in the past, and the underworld defying true world is now almost extinct. However, if it really involves the underworld defying true world, then I'm afraid that even immortal kings will be alarmed. The 2 of them didn't discuss this matter too much, as it involved some major matters related to the other true worlds. The boundless battlefield was a vast land that connected to the endless vast expanse. Through it, if one knew the coordinates of the other true worlds, they could even descend there. However, only immortal kings had the right to cross the vast expanse. If true immortals stepped into it, they would instantly be crushed into dust by the vast expanse's aura. The boundless battlefield they spoke of wasn't the true vast expanse. It was just some outer regions located in the depths of the vast universe. It could be imagined to be the border of the celestial region. From time to time, living beings from other true worlds would appear in the boundless battlefield. The war there was endless, and it was an incomparably chaotic land. Of course, in the endless vast expanse, besides the other true worlds, there were many unknown lands and races in Avicania, which were involved in endless secrets. Even immortal kings had to be cautious when they appeared there. At the top of the divine nation in the higher realm, Gu Chang'e appeared there. Ever since he left through the gate in ancient city of sky penetrating, he had refined the entire immortal ancient continent. With a supreme divine ability, he had shifted the immortal ancient continent to this place. However, if he wanted to completely open the passage between the 2 true worlds and refine it into the immortal passage, he would need a lot of time. That was why he had left behind an incarnation of his will in the divine nation. As for his real body, he had brought the immortal ancient continent and appeared in the endless space. Gu Chang'e sat there and began refining the immortal passage. Primal chaos flames surged into the sky, burning the space to the point that it was about to collapse. During the time he left the higher realm, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Instead, the phenomenon of the immortal ascension had appeared in the immortal ancient continent, which caused all the races to send people to investigate. Of course, at that time he had already left the higher realm and appeared in the celestial region. That was why no one found anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, after the big red bird returned to the higher realm, it separated from him. The big red bird was extremely fearful of him. It had personally seen him go to the celestial region and slaughter several immortal kings. This kind of action made it tremble with fear. Now, it only wanted to stay as far away from Gu Chang'e as possible. After returning to Peach Village, the big red bird had no choice but to reveal some things to Gu Xian. Gu Xian also didn't expect that she had such a background. However, she didn't care about this, because previously, when she was in the Immortal Academy, the successor of the Purple Mansion, Heavenly Monarch Xiang, had once brought water from the Reincarnation Lake, wanting to let her recover the memories of her past life. At that time, Gu Xian decisively refused. She only firmly believed in this body. Everything in the past was just an illusion. Peach Village was extremely peaceful. Under Gu Xian's request, Gu Changa specially built Gu Xian palace for her. It was adjacent to Peach Village. Normally, it was also extremely convenient for Gu Xian to return to Peach Village. At the entrance of Peach Village, the peach trees were dazzling, extremely lush. Flower petals were everywhere, extremely beautiful and moving. Tao Yao's existence was already known to everyone. However, even Gu Xian and the people of Peach Village weren't sure of her relationship with Gu Changa. A great fog blew over, making this place hazy. Soon, a peerlessly beautiful figure appeared. She walked out without a speck of dust. On her sparkling white face, there was a trace of bewitching vermilion between her brows, making all living things go crazy. Tao Yao looked at Peach Village behind her, lightly shaking her head. Then, she looked into the distant sky and closed her eyes. The current world already has some of its former appearance. She should be the same as me, recovering quite a bit. Perhaps I can give it a try. Then she opened her glassy eyes again, reflecting the mountains, seas, and clouds in the distance. In a trance, the peach demon saw the scene of the past again. In the endless wasteland, a young girl sat in front of a withered peach tree with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her long hair was as black as ink, and it was so bright that it could reflect a person. Tao Yao looked at the peaceful peach village in the distance again. She saw Yao playing happily with some children. In fact, as her memories of the past awakened, she also understood many things. Yao and her were actually not one, and it was difficult for them to merge. On the contrary, Yao was formed from the thoughts that she entrusted after she suffered a calamity. That was the most carefree period of her life at the edge of the netherworld and the peak of the withered mountain. Buzz! The void trembled slightly and became blurry. Tao Yao's figure took a step and disappeared from Peach Village. When she reappeared, there was a vast and surging miasma and demonic fog in front of her. The mountains were thousands of ravines and thousands of demons were roaring. The heavens and the earth were deathly silent and dusky, as if they were sleeping in the netherworld. "Red coat," she murmured softly. Chapter 839. The Demon Mountain was not a specific region. Instead, it was made up of many broken ancient worlds of the universe, filled with miasma and demonic fog. Over the years, many great demons and ancient demons from various worlds had gathered at the Demon Mountain. Some of the demons who had once made a name for themselves had also submitted to the Demon Mountain and were ruled by the red-robed female demon. In the current upper world, the Demon Mountain was considered one of the top forces, excluding the Divine Nation. There were even rumors that the Demon Mountain had a deep connection with the current ruler of the Divine Nation, Gu Changa, because he was once the lord of all demons. The master of the Demon Mountain, Chan Hongyi, was Gu Changa's disciple. For some reason, the two of them had a conflict and did not get along. However, this did not affect the status of the Demon Mountain. It could be considered a force comparable to the Gu family and the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the upper world. Now, as Tao Yao stepped into the Demon Mountain, monstrous waves were set off. Demonic clouds rolled, and many figures appeared in the mountain ridges, surrounded by chaotic fog. However, these silhouettes had clearly received instructions. They only glanced at Tao Yao and then quietly disappeared. Tao Yao walked into the depths of the Demon Mountain with a calm expression. Her speed was not fast. The vast and turbulent demonic clouds parted in front of her, revealing a path to the heavens. In the depths of the Demon Mountain, there was a seemingly desolate mountain peak. It was not very tall. There was a simple thatched cottage and a clear stone pool. Demonic chi surged in all directions, but the surroundings were peaceful and peaceful. At the top of the mountain, a red-robed figure sat cross-legged. She was extremely beautiful, with delicate features like the most flawless porcelain. Her face was the size of a palm. Her eyebrows were deep, her eyes were dark, and there was a mole under the corner of her eye. She looked at Tao Yao walking over and suddenly smiled. This smile seemed to be able to bring disaster to the world and turn all living things upside down. It was difficult to describe all of this with words. Because of this, the sky became dazzling. Long time no see, old friend. Chan Hongyi looked at Tao Yao with a coquettish smile. At this moment, she seemed to be the demon, and Tao Yao, who was walking over, had a sense of peace and holiness. It has indeed been a long time. I never thought that in the end I would be the one to come and see you, Tao Yao said softly as he landed on the mountain peak. Looking at the familiar scenery around her, she fell silent for a moment with a complicated expression. Although Chan Hongyi hated Gu Changa to the core, this could not hide her obsession. Otherwise, the layout of this place would not be exactly the same as the previous mountain. I didn't expect you to come and see me, Chan Hongyi said with a smile. She seemed very calm at this moment, and there was no trace of the previous hostility in her eyes. She sat cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Beside her was a simple stone table and a stone stool. There was also a small peach tree that had not yet grown up. Are you imitating him? Looking at Chan Hongyi's actions, her current expression, and her sitting position, Tao Yao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She felt that Chan Hongyi was truly possessed and very deeply. Perhaps only in this way can I feel his existence, as if I once had him. Chan Hongyi was still smiling, and her smile became even more bewitching. She did not deny her actions. Of course, in front of an old friend like Tao Yao, she had nothing to hide. The two of them used to know each other very well. You're really possessed. Tao Yao looked at her in a daze. At this moment, Chan Hongyi's expression seemed a bit like Gu Changa's to her. Am I not a red-robed female demon now? So what if I'm possessed? Chan Hongyi still shook her head and smiled. Tao Yao didn't know what to say. The current Chan Hongyi was already difficult for her to connect with the heroic, pure, and innocent red-robed girl in her memories. How long have you been asking this question? After a moment of silence, she asked again. Chan Hongyi heard this question but did not answer. Her expression was a bit absent-minded. How long? Did she mean possessed? Or did she mean like this, sitting on the mountain peak and forgetting the flowing water? She couldn't remember. Her memories were sometimes blurry and sometimes clear, and sometimes she felt like she had returned to her childhood, clear and muddled. Many scenes overlapped. Sometimes, even she couldn't tell how much time had passed. Perhaps it has been a few hundred years. Chan Hongyi said softly. The smile on her face had faded, and her features were thinner. She was like a lotus flower at the beginning of a sudden rain, a bit desolate. A few hundred years? Was that the day of his wedding? Tao Yao was silent. He wasn't surprised by this at all. Chan Hongyi didn't say anything more. She changed to a more comfortable sitting position and didn't sit cross-legged like before. She gently waved her hand, and a pot of hot tea appeared on the stone table beside her. 0-inch old friend, I don't have any good tea for you. Do as you please. After saying this, she hugged her knees and rested her chin on them, as if looking at something. Tao Yao sat down on the stone bench and poured a cup of tea for herself. Don't look. Instead of watching from afar, why don't you ask him yourself? Chan Hongyi retracted her gaze and waved her hand, taking the cup of tea. Ask what? Her gaze fell on the teacup. There were a few dried peach blossoms floating on the rippling tea. Ask for a reason. Also ask for an answer you want to know. Tao Yao lowered her eyes and blew on the tea. Chan Hongyi suddenly smiled. but it was a bit of a mocking smile. "So what if I ask, Zero, is the reason or the answer still important now?" she asked. Tao Yao glanced at her indifferently. "Only you know whether it's important or not. I didn't come to find you to talk about the past. I think you can also feel the changes in the environment these days. With our current strength, we should be able to withstand the huge karma. If we go back in time, we might be able to see some things with our own eyes. This can also be considered as an end to one of our obsessions. If the karma backfires and we can't withstand it, we will die. That's better than living like we are now, muddling along. This was the choice she had made before she left Peach Village. Now that the environment of the world had changed, she had recovered much of her former strength. Although it was not a true reversal of time and return to the ancient times, she was still able to do so. Although she didn't reverse time, as a passerby, she could still see some things with her own eyes. However, some things involved so much karma that even Tao Yao wasn't sure if she could bear it. If one wanted to see the ancient times, they had to pay a price. Making a trip back in time? Chan Hongyi didn't expect this to be the reason Tao Yao came to find her. Her gaze was still faint as she muttered repeatedly, "The high priest of destiny of the immortal palace is now in the fane of destiny. She has the creation immortal boat. With that item, she can cross the river of time and offset the huge karma. Go find her. She should be willing to lend it." Tao Yao's tone was still calm. Chapter 840. The high priest of destiny was once the master of the divine palace of destiny. She was good at divination and had great attainments in destiny and karma. She also had a supreme treasure, the immortal boat of destiny, which could cross the river of time and reverse the past. Hearing Tao Yao's words, Chan Hongyi was a little moved. Her gaze fell on the teacup. "When will you get up?" She looked up and asked, her tone calm. Tao Yao was not surprised by her reaction at all. Compared to her, Chan Hongyi was more interested in knowing what happened in that ancient era. Why did it lead to the destruction of the divine palace? Why did Gu Changa destroy the heavens? And why did he attack the people closest to him? Another reason was that Chan Hongyi wanted to know the real reason why Gu Changa adopted her. Of course, the most important reason was that she wanted to truly understand her master. She wanted to know many secrets that she did not know before. This had even become her obsession. "I can get up at any time," Tao Yao said. "Then let's go." Chan Hongyi did not hesitate. With a flash of her red robe, she disappeared from the mountain peak. Tao Yao was not surprised. He stepped forward, and the void blurred as he followed Chan Hongyi out of the place. The Divine Palace of Destiny was located in the east of the Divine Kingdom, near the vast sea of stars. Many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was blurry and hazy. It was covered in a cold color and no light shone. In the center of this place was a large hall called the Sacrificial Divine Palace. It was grand and solemn, exuding an ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman was currently wearing the white robes of an officiator. She was currently calculating something on a compass. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Of course, she was also the owner of this place. The high priest of destiny of the Divine Kingdom was called Lady Ruoyin. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyin seemed to sense something. She looked up and looked at the void outside the Divine Palace of Destiny. "May I know the reason for your visit?" As someone from the Forbidden Era, she naturally knew of Tao Yao and Chan Hongyi's existence. She asked softly, her voice cold and distant. "I didn't expect that you would be the only one left in the Fortune Shrine. You don't even have a maid to serve you. Noble consort Ruoyin, don't you find this place cold?" A faint laughter came from the void, carrying with it a bit of flirtatious charm. Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao appeared, their feet as white as snow, standing in the palace. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's eyes didn't change at all. She only said, "I presume the two of you aren't here to mock me?" She didn't think that the two of them would have the leisure to say such words to her. Even during the Forbidden Era, when the Immortal Palace ruled the heavens, the two of them were not familiar with her and had never come into contact with her. "We're here because we want to borrow your boat," Tao Yao said, going straight to the point. "Borrow the creation fairy boat." Xiao Ruoyin was stunned. Then she frowned. After all, the creation fairy boat was returned to her by Gu Changa. If she wanted to take it back, he only needed to say a word. If she lent the creation fairy boat to others without Gu Changa's permission, would she incur the wrath of Gu Changa? After all, she was only Gu Changa's concubine now. However, she also knew that Tao Yao, Chanhongi, and Gu Changa had an indescribable relationship. If he blames me when the time comes, I will explain it to him. You don't have to worry about that. Tao Yao seemed to have seen through Xiao Ruoyin's concerns and said, although she said so, she was actually prepared to suffer a huge backlash and die in the river of time. Therefore, she didn't want to explain anything to Gu Changa. Xiao Ruoyin was silent. She knew that with the strength of the two in front of her, even if she didn't lend the boat, she was probably no match for them. Buzz! A green light surrounded her, and a palm-sized creation, fairy, boat appeared in her hand. It was mottled with rust and had an ancient aura. "You can take it," she said calmly. "Thank you." Tao Yao smiled and took the creation fairy boat with a wave of her hand. Then she and Chan Hongi disappeared from the Fane of Destiny and didn't stay for long. Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly as she looked at the calm and quiet palace. She had a complicated look in her eyes. "They're just pitiful people like me." She looked at the compass in her hand and said calmly. Time flowed like water. It had been a few years since Gu Changa returned from the deity region. Heaven and earth operated according to order. The vast territory of the deity nation expanded and almost covered a large part of the heavenly universe. During this time, the various great orthodoxies and aristocratic families behaved themselves and prepared for the next flying immortal ceremony. The various ancient cities would release new rankings every year, from the prodigy ranking, the beauty ranking, the divine weapon ranking, the heavenly material ranking, the earthly treasure ranking. All kinds of things in the world were included, and there was also a division of grades. In addition, the heavenly Tao tablet appeared and stood among the ancient cities of the upper world. It began to list the strongest prodigies, which caused a sensation. Countless prodigies began to fight in order to leave their names on it. The great era was brilliant, and prodigies were as bright as the stars. The various great orthodoxies and aristocratic families all had outstanding young people. Some ancient freaks who were sealed in other eras also appeared one after another. This was a golden great era that illuminated the universe. The prodigies of the same generation as Gu Changa had now become the pillars of their respective clans and forces. They were either the leaders of their own clans or the sect masters of their own clans and forces. The heavenly Tao was brilliant, and the rules had changed drastically. It was more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Some paths that only appeared in ancient times appeared, and one of them was the original Emperor's Road. Many cultivators began to search for this Emperor's Road in order to find the opportunity to achieve Tao. They began to fight and kill on it. Even Gu Xian left Peach Village and stepped on this path in order to achieve Tao. Gu Changa was in the depths of the divine country, refining the immortal's passage. In the end, he succeeded. The ancient immortal's road in the immortal ancient continent was refined by him with a supreme method, leaving behind 108 restrictions. The first 36 restrictions could stop immortal Tao figures. The last 72 restrictions were to stabilize this passage, so that it would not be affected by the rules of the immortal domain. During this process, the rules of the immortal domain and the upper world began to interact. As long as one was a cultivator, they could feel that change. Especially the living beings in the divine country, it was even more obvious. They could see that between heaven and earth, there was a drizzle of light, sparkling and translucent like a rain of light. This was the most glorious era of the upper world after the chaos of the Kuinji era. It was difficult to describe how it went from decline to prosperity. During this process, Gu Changa also witnessed the rapid growth of some of the universe's children of providence, causing changes in the heavens' providence. His real body sat cross-legged in the boundless void, guiding the vast providence to open up the incomplete universes buried in the chaos of ancient times. Gu Changa planned to use these incomplete universes to evolve the illusory world, control reincarnation, and rebuild the 6 paths. This was a long process, so he only left a clone here. His real body did not plan to waste too much time on it. He did not hide some of the things about the immortal domain from the people around him. Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others all knew about the changes in the immortal domain. So Gu Changa felt that during this period of time, they should focus on increasing their strength. The development of the divine country did not need to be the top priority, because in Gu Changa's plan, the divine country would be like the second immortal palace, unifying the heavens and the mountain and sea world, and not the upper world. The part that he really needed to consider was still the immortal domain. Before that, he planned to send people to find the immortal palace's treasure. Previously, he and Yu Mingkong had gathered 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. Now, Yu Mingkong had condensed them into keys. As long as they could determine the location of the immortal palace's treasure, they would be able to open it. With Gu Changa's current status and strength, there were many things that he did not need to do personally. I still need to find a suitable tool. Oh no, a successor. Gu Changa did not want to take in a disciple, but he felt that he needed a suitable successor to deal with some things that he did not want to do personally. There were also some things that he could not do personally, and at the same time, he did not have the energy to deal with them. For example, harvesting the vast providence of the upper world's heavens. Although he could guide some of the providence, it was not all of it. After all, many of the children of providence in the universe had more or less had some fortuitous encounters. They were arrogant and did not have much respect for the kingdom of God, and did not have much respect for him, the Lord God. It was also impossible for Gu Changa to personally harvest these sons of providence as she did in the past. With that thought, his figure disappeared from the kingdom of God. On the surface, the kingdom of God unified the heavens of the upper world. But in this vast universe, there were still many corners that could not be covered. The person that Gu Changa was looking for, 3, was in these areas. His vast consciousness surged into these corners of the universe, and even some of the most remote lower realms were not spared. In an antique hall, an arrogant young girl, in front of everyone, shouted at the good-for-nothing young man that dragons do not live with snakes, and then tore up the engagement. Gu Changa looked at this scene and shook his head gently. Then he saw the image of this arrogant young girl being trampled under the feet of the good-for-nothing young man 3 years later. Fate was a long line, and he could easily see the future from this end. Breaking off the engagement, betrayal, revenge, rebirth, these sects are all outdated. After searching through the universes one by one, Gu Changa could not help but feel a little tired. He did not see any signs of the outliers. After all, the outliers were existences that were hard to come by in many eras. In terms of aptitude, they were far above any prodigy. Although Gu Changa could change some things and artificially create the outliers, that was only in comparison. To him, the outliers who could see the future at a glance and see through their fate at a glance were no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, he noticed something, and Gu Changa's face showed some surprise and interest. Chapter 841. This was a remote and uncivilized world. The cultivation system was lacking, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin. Humans and barbarians were the main races, while other races were scattered along the endless coast. On the mainland were vast mountain ranges, ancient tribes, and large cities. The barbarians worshipped the barbarian god, obtaining power from the ancient totems through the power of faith. The strong ones could communicate with heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable power. Cultivators absorb the red clouds and spiritual energy, refining their essence and soul, flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, burning mountains and boiling seas, establishing Tao, orthodoxies, and sects in the mountains between the cities, establishing sects and spreading incense everywhere. However, in this world, a new barbarian god had not appeared for several million years. After the previous barbarian god disappeared for unknown reasons, the barbarians in this world were greatly affected. Even the strongest of them was far from reaching the barbarian god realm. On the contrary, the humans who cultivated Tao were unaffected, growing stronger with each passing day. The land originally called the barbarian god continent was gradually occupied by the human race. Ancient barbarian tribes lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. The barbarian race declined, gradually fading out of this world's vision, no longer as glorious as before. The immortal path shone brilliantly like the immortal sun, illuminating the vast sky, while the barbarians' cultivation methods gradually became unorthodox. The number of barbarians who changed their cultivation methods was not small. The barbarian god sect was a powerful sect founded by both barbarians and humans, one of the most powerful forces in this world. In the sect, not only were there barbarians who worshipped the barbarian god and communicated with the ancient totems, there were also humans who cultivated Tao. The vast mountain range stretched on endlessly, shrouded in fog and hidden palaces. Birds chirped, divine lights flickered, and cultivators flew past on rainbow lights. Many barbarians and humans were willing to pay any price in order to enter the barbarian god sect. The barbarian god sect only accepted less than 1,000 disciples every year. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people kowtowing to the barbarian god sect, begging for a spot. As long as I enter the top 3 in this month's Interpeak competition, I'll be able to get an 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower. With the Candle Moon mantra, I'll be able to break through to the 4th stage of the barbarian god technique. After breaking through to the 4th stage of the barbarian god technique, even a divine connection realm cultivator wouldn't be my opponent. At this time, on a quiet mountain peak in the barbarian god sect, a young girl was whispering. She didn't look very old, wearing the barbarian god sect inner disciple robe. She was only 15 or 16 years old, but her facial features were very beautiful. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were very big and bright. She had some unique characteristics of the barbarian race. Her nose was very tall and pretty, and her skin was very fair. Her eyes were much deeper than the average person's. His legs were especially slender and straight, and his calves under his robes were strong and healthy, making people think of a slender cheetah. Moreover, her expression carried a perseverance and confidence that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The young woman's name was Aman, and she came from the ancient barbarian tribe in the vast mountain range. She was also the largest barbarian tribe left in this world. Her father was the tribe leader of the barbarian tribe. He ruled over a barbarian tribe with hundreds of thousands of people. She was the most talented genius in the tribe. She had been entrusted with high hopes since she was a child. They hoped that she could lead the tribe and the barbarian tribe to rise again in the future. They hoped that she could restore the former glory of the barbarian tribe. A man did not disappoint, relying on his own efforts and talent to enter the barbarian god sect. On top of that, she became one of the barbarian god sect's inner disciples. Even in the barbarian god sect, where there were many geniuses, a man was extraordinary. Compared to the other geniuses, she was not the least bit inferior. In the previous Interpeak competitions, a man had obtained a good ranking. This time, her goal was to enter the top 3. This was because one of the rewards was an 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower. It was a very rare heavenly treasure that was born at the mouth of an extremely dangerous volcano. It contained the power of extreme yang and required a very powerful cultivator to pluck it. Normally, It was hard to find one in the outside world. A man needed this 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower to complement her candle moon mantra and help her break through to the fourth stage of the barbarian god technique. The barbarian god technique was a powerful technique passed down in their tribe for generations. It allowed one to communicate with the barbarian god's energy between heaven and earth. After reaching the ninth stage, one could even condense the barbarian god true body, becoming a barbarian god. However, in the last several million years, no one had been able to reach the ninth stage. Even a man's father, the tribe leader, only managed to reach the sixth stage, unable to advance any further. In this lifetime, there was no hope of advancing to the next stage. At such a young age, a man had already broken through to the third stage, and now there was hope for her to break through to the fourth stage. In the last several thousand years, she was the fastest cultivator in the barbarian tribe. Therefore, it could be said that a man was the hope of the entire tribe. In order to protect the tribe, I must break through to the sixth stage before the age of 20. Otherwise, father won't be able to set his mind at ease to search for the barbarian god. Sooner or later, the tribe will be swallowed up by other forces. Our people will be enslaved and oppressed. The young girl, a man muttered to herself, her eyes filled with determination. According to the barbarian tribe's tradition, if a tribe leader failed to break through to the seventh stage of the barbarian god technique before the age of 50, it meant that there was no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. In the days to come, their blood and vitality would gradually dry up, and their cultivation would slowly decline. Therefore, many barbarian tribe leaders would embark on the path of searching for the barbarian god after reaching a certain age. A man's father was no exception. He was already 46 years old this year, according to tradition and rules. He would leave the tribe in another 4 years to search for the barbarian god, to find hope for the barbarian tribe. Therefore, I must become a true disciple of the barbarian god sect before that. The barbarian god sect's scripture depository has many ancient records of the barbarian tribe. Perhaps there are some clues about the reason for the disappearance of the barbarian god sect. I must find out all of this. Moreover, grandfather is getting old. I need to find the soul-gazing grass to solve his illness and prolong his life. Thinking of this, a man couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling that she was pressed for time. Ever since she entered the barbarian god sect, although she had been cultivating diligently, she didn't want to provoke Ma 403. But sometimes things didn't go her way. She was targeted by some disciples of the barbarian god sect. Her identity as the barbarian tribe's princess was one thing, but another was her appearance. The son of one of the barbarian god sect's peak lords had taken a fancy to her and had been thinking of ways to woo her. At the same time, this matter also attracted the dissatisfaction of that peak lord's son's childhood sweetheart. In the last few days, he had come looking for trouble. If it weren't for her master stepping in, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so easily. But it was this morning that her master had to refine a certain medicinal pellet. Unfortunately, he was lacking some of the most important medicinal ingredients and had no choice but to leave for the outside world. This resulted in her being the only disciple left on this huge mountain peak. Moreover, because her master had been keeping a low profile in the barbarian god sect, not accepting any disciples, many peak lords were dissatisfied with him. They felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to occupy such a huge mountain peak with so many resources by himself. I hope that Song Chinger won't come looking for trouble in the next few days, otherwise, even if she's a peak lord's daughter, born in the barbarian tribe, a man was used to killing in the great desolate forest. She wasn't a soft-hearted person, nor was she a flower in a greenhouse. That Song Chinger had provoked and humiliated her time and time again. If it was another person made of clay, they would still be angry. But just as a man's words left her mouth, outside the courtyard, the sound of things being smashed rang out. A man's face sank, her brows furrowed as she quickly pushed open the door and rushed out. Chapter 842. A young woman with an arrogant expression was walking over with a long silver whip in her hand. She was accompanied by a group of servants. Along the way, she smashed the bricks, pots, and medicinal herbs around her with her long whip. "Song Chinger, what are you doing?" A man asked with a gloomy expression as she looked at the destroyed medicinal fields. These medicinal fields were her master's blood, sweat, and tears. If her master found out that Song Chinger had destroyed them, she would definitely be furious. In the end, even she would be punished. No matter what, her master was her biggest backer on the Barbarian God Peak. If Man wanted to continue cultivating on the Barbarian God Peak, she couldn't afford to provoke her master. Hee, it's just some eyesores, why are you so nervous? The young woman named Song Chinger sneered, not minding Man's actions at all. Man merely looked at her with an expressionless face. Behind Song Chinger was a peak master, a famous second-generation disciple in the barbarian god sect, arrogant and domineering. Moreover, Song Chinger was childhood sweethearts with Zhao Xian, who had been pursuing her recently. Man only had cultivation and the glory of the barbarian tribe in her heart. She didn't want to bother with Zhao Xian, but he still stuck to her like a sticky candy. It was because of this that Song Chinger kept coming to find trouble with her. Seducing Zhao Xiangij just because you have some beauty. I think your face is quite pretty. If you let me cut you a few times today, I will reluctantly forgive your offense. Song Chinger's gaze swept over Man's face, lingering on her delicate features for a long time, a trace of jealousy flitting across her eyes. Then, her gaze shifted to Man's slender legs, unable to conceal the jealousy on her face. Man had to admit that Zhao Xian's taste was indeed not bad. Compared to ordinary human women, Man's figure was much more outstanding. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Forget it, I'll break your legs as well, otherwise it won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Song Chinger sneered. Man was still looking at her expressionlessly. Her eyes were sizing up the several servants behind her. She was thinking of how to solve this problem today. If they were outside the barbarian god sect, she would definitely think of a way to kill Song Ching. But inside the barbarian god sect, even if her master was here, she couldn't kill Song Ching. Hee, stop looking. I know your master left the barbarian god sect this morning, heading out to the outside world in search of medicinal herbs. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to return. Who can protect you now? You are only at the 3rd realm. The 2 servants behind me are both at the 4th realm. If you're smart, then don't resist. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The servants by my side haven't tasted the barbarian princess yet. Song Chinger did not see the slightest trace of panic or fear on Man's face. Feeling even more furious, she could not help but threaten with a cold smile. Man continued to look at her expressionlessly as she thought of a countermeasure. If it was anyone else, they would have panicked by now, but she didn't. No matter what, the most Song Chinger could do was humiliate her, but she wouldn't dare to kill her in broad daylight within the barbarian god sect. However, Song Chinger's father was a great cultivator at the 7th level. The barbarian god sect was one of the most powerful forces on this mainland. Other than the peak masters, there was also the unfathomable sect chief, grand elders, and others. It was said that there was a super expert who was close to entering the 9th level, comparable to the barbarian race's barbarian god. Therefore, it was hard to say what kind of powerful secret treasures Song Chinger had. For safety's sake, Man did not want to make a move on her. If you really have the ability, then kill me. I don't believe your father can do as he pleases in the barbarian god sect. Man opened her mouth at this moment. Her tone was frosty, like a spring of ice falling on a jade plate, carrying a shocking chill. Indeed, I don't dare to kill you, but I have plenty of ways to destroy you. The barbarian race's current situation isn't good. You also know that my father is the peak master of the barbarian god sect. He has many friends. Just casually find a few of them, and they can easily destroy several barbarian tribes. If you know what's good for you, Then listen to me. You can't win against me." Song Qing'er was still sneering. Seeing the anger flashing across a man's face, she felt even better. "Song Qing'er, you're really despicable and shameless. I have no enmity with you. Why do you target me at every turn?" Anger surfaced on a man's face. Her hands clenched into fists as if she hated Song Qing'er to the core. "Who asked you to have such a beautiful face, even attracting the admiration of my sweetheart? Tell me, can you blame me for this?" Finally, Song Qing'er saw a look of helplessness and anger on a man's face. Song Qing'er was inwardly delighted, wearing a haughty smile on her face as she said, "If you know what's good for you, then don't try to resist. Maybe you can relax a little later. Is that so?" But before she could finish, a man cut her off. The anger on her face was swept away, leaving only indifference. "You!" Song Qing'er's face tightened, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Her throat became itchy, as if there were thousands of centipedes crawling inside. She reached out, grabbing her own neck, wanting to vomit. But this feeling did not lessen. Instead, it became more serious. So much so that she began to scratch her throat with her fingernails. Her skin was torn apart. Her eyes were bulging out, making her look like a malicious spirit. Apart from her, the servants beside her were also affected, rolling on the ground in incomparable pain. "This is a kind of poison," I researched. "It's called throat-breaking incense. Earlier, when you were speaking, you inhaled it. Without my antidote, you will continue to tear at your own throat, like you did earlier, until you tear out your own throat. You can try to find your father, see if he has a way. But you must guarantee that you will be able to leave this place alive." A man's indifferent words sounded. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with coldness. She was actually gambling that Song Qing'er was afraid of death and would not dare to play around with her own life. As she spoke, she tossed a white porcelain bottle to Song Qing. Song Qing'er's expression was sinister, and she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. At that moment, she did not care about anything else, and immediately poured out a small pill from the bottle and swallowed it. Only then did she feel the frightening itch disappear. She felt as if she had just survived a calamity. "Don't blame me for being vicious. You wanted to destroy me, so how could I possibly resign myself to death? You can go and find your father to deal with me after this. But rest assured, you will only end up dying an even more unsightly death than me. You will not be able to obtain a second antidote. I only wanted to cultivate peacefully. It was you who disturbed me time and time again. If you truly wish to die, I have 100 different ways to kill you." She looked at Song Qing'er, who was lying on the ground, her face pale with fear and gasping for breath. A man walked over and crouched down before her. Then she extended her hand and grabbed her hair. Her calm face contained a bone-chilling coldness. "You, please spare me. I won't dare to do this again. I won't dare to do this again." In the end, Song Qing'er had grown up in a greenhouse. At that moment, her expression was filled with fear. She had never experienced something like this before. She hurriedly agreed, fearing that she would be too slow. "Take your people and scram. While you're at it, remember to restore the medicinal field that you destroyed." A man released her hair and spoke coldly. She did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy from Song Qing'er's terrified appearance. If this was outside, the current Song Qing'er would already be a corpse. Then, seeing Song Qing'er and the servants who had taken the antidote leave in a hurry, a man breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the destroyed pots of medicinal herbs in the surroundings, she frowned and felt somewhat helpless. She could only use this method to intimidate Song Qing'er. It was all thanks to the tribe's grandfather, who was proficient in all kinds of medicinal knowledge. A man had been taught by him since she was young and was extremely proficient in the combination of medicinal properties of various medicinal herbs. Her attainments in making poisons were extraordinary. "Who is it?" However, when a man returned to the courtyard, Her expression suddenly became vigilant as she stared at the closed door. Not bad indeed. The next moment, a clear and gentle male voice sounded. The courtyard seemed to have entered a strange state. The wind, time, and space seemed to have frozen. The door opened by itself. A young man wearing simple green silk clothes appeared. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped moving because of his existence. Who are you? A man's pupils constricted. She had never seen such a strange and shocking scene. Huge waves surged in her heart. Chapter 843. At this moment, the entire courtyard quieted down. The usual chirping of insects and birds receded like a receding tide. The flow of time and space seemed to have stagnated, as if this young man was the only thing left in this vast world. As the barbarian tribe's princess, Aman had been bold since she was a child. When she was just a few years old, she had followed the tribe's hunters into the mountains to hunt and kill fierce beasts. Facing all kinds of difficulties and dangers, she was able to remain calm and collected. But today, she was still shocked, her pupils constricting. She had never seen such a strange scene before. This mysterious young man in front of her had appeared without her noticing. Because of his existence, the entire world had become deathly silent. What kind of terrifying means was this? A man didn't dare to imagine. The strongest person she had seen so far was the barbarian god sect's elders. But those elders couldn't achieve this level of strength. This was unimaginable. Who exactly are you? Why are you in my courtyard? Aman's wisdom surpassed others. Quickly calming herself down, she stared fixedly at the young man in front of her and asked. At this moment, Aman was like a little cheetah waiting to pounce, vigilance and apprehension in her eyes. Not bad indeed, having such courage and means at such a young age. The young man didn't care about her vigilance, nor did he care about her question. There was a faint smile on his face as he continued, "You don't need to use poison on me. Those means are useless against me." His gaze casually swept past Aman's sleeve, watching her silently opening a small, white jade bottle. Hearing this, Aman's body stiffened. She didn't expect such a covert action would be noticed by this young man. "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose?" Aman couldn't help asking again, feeling extremely uneasy. The moment this young man's gaze swept over her, it was as if all her secrets were seen through, leaving nothing to hide. "Who am I? You can treat me as your benefactor. My purpose in coming here is naturally to save you." The young man smiled casually, but his words made Aman's pupils shrink again, unable to understand. Her benefactor? He came here to save her? Of course, you can also understand that we are fated to meet. I'm here to find a suitable successor. Then it just so happens that this suitable candidate is you. The young man was naturally Guchanga. He had been in this world for quite some time. First, he understood the origin of this world. Then he came to look for a suitable tool. After venturing into many universes and countless lower realms, he finally saw an anomaly with a foggy destiny. In front of this young woman, the child of destiny and the child of epoch were far inferior. Her body carried the mist of the great Tao. Her aptitude had already surpassed the limits of the root bone. Another point was that she was a natural-born demon. She had a demon heart. To Guchanga, there was no one more suitable than her. The young girl in front of him was destined to become one of the strongest demons in the world. Looking for a successor? A suitable candidate? A man's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. She had some understanding of the strange, ancient records of this world. She knew that there were some ordinary people who, by chance, were fancied by an immortal master passing by and taken in as a disciple. From then on, they soared into the heavens. But that was only a record. Whether it was true or not, there was no way to know. But such a thing would happen to her? She found it hard to believe and was on high alert. A man never believed that there was a free lunch in this world. It was impossible for something good to happen for no reason. Even if it was her current master, she was still wary and doubtful. She didn't completely believe him. It was obvious that she would not believe the words of this young man of unknown origin. Gu Changa didn't care about this. With his current strength and methods, it was just a matter of looking at a person's past and future. Although a man was shrouded in the mist of the great Tao, Gu Changa clearly understood many of her past. Thus, he wasn't surprised that a man had such a personality. On the contrary, he admired her. Gu Changa said indifferently, "You don't have to be so worried. If I had ill intentions towards you, you wouldn't have any other way now. If I wanted to harm you, it would be countless times easier than you killing that girl just now." Why me? A man knew that these words were true. The difference in strength between the two couldn't be described with words. She was silent for a moment before asking. "Because you are the same as me. We are both born demons and have a demon heart," Gu Changa said casually. When he walked the heavens as the demon master, he did have a connate demon heart. There was nothing wrong with saying so. Born demon. A man was stunned and very shocked. Before this, she had heard of demonic cultivators, but those were cultivators who offended the heavens and were not tolerated. Although she was sometimes cold and cruel and showed no mercy to her enemies, she was not a demon who killed the innocent. How could she be a born demon like Gu Changa said? And what was a demon heart? She had never heard of it. You will understand in the future. Born demons are fated to be tolerated by the world. They are also destined to bring misfortune to your friends and family. They are destined to be alone for the rest of their lives. Gu Changa smiled faintly. "You're lying. Impossible. How could Grandpa and Father be like this?" Hearing this, a man found it hard to believe. She didn't want to accept it. Because of her father, Grandpa, and the others would meet misfortune? How could this be? How could this be? Since she was young, she had always thought of protecting the tribe, protecting Grandpa, Father, and the others as her mission and motivation to become stronger. That's why I said that I am your savior. I am here to save you. Gu Changa continued, smiling faintly, and said, "For years later, your foster father will step on the path to search for your so-called god of berserkers. On that path, he will see some truths, and then he will die a horrible death." Foster father? How is this possible? Disbelief appeared in a man's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Gu Changa casually described what would happen 4 years later, but for some reason, it gave her a terrifying feeling. It was as if he was simply describing something that would happen soon. Also, how did Gu Changa know what would happen in the future? Could he predict the future? Have you not noticed, or perhaps never thought, that you are not your father's biological daughter? Gu Changa did not pay attention to the shock and disbelief in his eyes and continued to speak casually. The girl in front of him might not know that in the next few years, she would experience a lot of pain and sorrow in this world. She was indeed still far from becoming a demon, but this was a path that she had to walk as she transformed. Gu Changa didn't intend to add fuel to the fire. He didn't have that much time. With a wave of his hand, the air in front of him became blurry. Then, many ripples appeared on the surface of the water. It became crystal clear like a mirror. Many scenes began to appear in front of him. What a pitiful girl. The master you respected only saw you as a suitable cauldron, waiting for you to mature before plucking you. Fortunately, you saw through his trick in advance and poisoned him to death. Unfortunately, for years later, the tribe behind you was still annihilated by the barbarian god sect because of you. Your father stepped on the path to find the barbarian god and vaguely sensed the truth. But he was still killed by someone. Don't you feel familiar with this person? He was the grandfather you respected the most, the one who taught you language, medicine, barbarian arts and knowledge, the one who brought you up. Are you still curious about your birth parents, curious about your own origins? Too bad, you're just as pitiful. Gu Changa's tone was casual, as if he was an outsider, talking about things that had nothing to do with him. Who are you? How do you know all this? This is all fake, looking at the many scenes in the mirror. A man couldn't believe it. Her eyes were bloodshot and her voice was trembling. Who I am is not important. Gu Changa smiled faintly. What's important is your choice. Chapter 844. The void blurred like a mirror. Many images appeared in front of them. On the vast, desolate continent, blood splattered everywhere as ancient forests and tribes faded away. Rays of divine light flashed across the sky, coming from cultivators clad in barbarian god sect robes. They flew over on their flying swords, hovering high in the sky. Their eyes were cold and ruthless as they charged towards the barbarian tribe below. Sword chi crisscrossed, metallic clanging noises resounded as they slashed down. In an instant, large groups of barbarian tribe soldiers screamed in agony as blood spurted into the sky and heads rolled. They were no match for these powerful cultivators. Flames spread rapidly, illuminating the mountain range in a fiery red hue. Soon, this place was in ruins with broken walls and wails echoing everywhere, akin to purgatory in the mortal world. Xiao Hong, Uncle Lon, Aunt Man, a man gritted her teeth tightly as strands of blood appeared in her eyes. She didn't dare believe that this was the future she was about to experience. The mirror was filled with familiar figures. Some were her childhood friends, some were her kind uncles and aunts in the tribe, and some were the barbarian tribe soldiers she couldn't name. But now, all of them were screaming as they were mercilessly massacred by the barbarian god sect cultivators. Not even children were spared. This was a tragedy. The barbarian god sect cultivators were high up in the sky, riding the wind and flying swords. Yet the barbarian tribe soldiers were like ants, slaughtering them without mercy, leaving no survivors. Fire burned, destroying everything. Thick smoke billowed, covering a radius of several thousand li. Why is the barbarian god sect massacring my barbarian tribe's people? An old barbarian tribe soldier screamed, his face stained with tears and blood. However, the cultivators in the sky merely glanced at him coldly. A sword light flashed past, blood spurted into the sky, and heads rolled to the ground. The old barbarian tribe soldier died tragically. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were wide open, filled with despair and anger. If you want to blame someone, blame your tribe's princess. She poisoned one of my barbarian god sect's elders. With such hatred, if we don't massacre the barbarian tribe, how can we live up to our barbarian god sect's reputation? A cultivator spoke, coldly, casually walking past. Sword lights crisscrossed. Even the strongest barbarian tribe soldier was not his match. In just half a day, the huge barbarian tribe turned into nothingness and was erased from the world. This can't be real. This can't be happening in 4 years, looking at the scene in the mirror. Wild's voice was a bit hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. He desperately shook his head, unwilling to believe it. You can choose not to believe me. You can wait for 4 years to verify everything. Gu Changa's tone was still as calm as ever. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations from witnessing the pain and misery of others. To him, the destruction and reshaping of the myriad worlds were like the ebb and flow of a tide. He wouldn't even care about the death of countless living beings, let alone one of them. He chose a man because she was suitable. If she wasn't suitable, Gu Changa wouldn't have come here and said so much to her. He even showed her the future. What kind of pain a man would experience, what kind of future she would have, had nothing to do with him. For years, a man's voice was trembling. His eyes were red and his hair was loose, covering his face. The mirror in the void did not disappear with the destruction of the barbarian tribe. Among them, a man saw a familiar figure. He was wearing a beast-skin robe, had a burly back, and carried a stone axe. He walked alone in the vast desert. He was looking for something. Along the way, he passed by ruins one after another, searching for the barbarian god who had disappeared. "Father!" A man's voice was trembling as she reached out, wanting to touch the figure. However, her hand only passed through the mirror. It was like fishing for the moon in the water, only causing a faint ripple. Although she had also realized that the father who had raised her was not her biological father, she was still very much in love with him. But to her, this was her biological father. No, the next moment, bloodlight soared into the sky again in the image. The burly figure with the stone axe on his back fell down, his face full of shock, disbelief, and deep despair. "Grandfather! How is this possible?" Looking at the hunched figure who killed her adoptive father, a man's eyes widened again and turned red. She could not believe, did not dare to imagine, and was unwilling to accept this. This was the most respected elder in the tribe who had taught her all kinds of knowledge since she was young. Why would he appear there and kill her adoptive father? To her, her adoptive father and grandfather were the closest family in the world. "This can't be real. This can't be real. Grandfather is not this kind of person." At this moment, a man seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. She collapsed to the ground. Her eyes were lifeless as she let out helpless sobs. Although she usually appeared calm and composed, exceeding her peers of the same age. But in the end, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Suddenly knowing that this was the cruel future she would have to experience, how could she accept it immediately? Do you still want to see? There are many more things waiting for you. Those who are born with a demon heart are destined to be surrounded by misfortune. Their friends and family will be killed, and they will be alone. What does this count as? Gu Changa's gaze did not change much, a faint smile on his face. He did not pity a man because of her helplessness. "I don't want to see this." A man shook her head desperately, her voice trembling with fear. At this moment, in her eyes, Gu Changa was more terrifying than anything else. If this was really the future she was destined to experience, then why did he know all this? How could he say all this so casually? Wasn't revealing the future the same as revealing heaven's secrets? Why didn't he suffer any backlash or heaven's punishment? Too many fears occupied her mind and thoughts. At this moment, she no longer had the coldness and cruelty she had when facing Song Chinger. Instead, she looked like a helpless little girl. Running away blindly is not the right choice. For years later, will you be strong enough to contend against the entire barbarian god sect? Will you be able to protect the tribe behind you? Or will you choose to sacrifice yourself as a cauldron, allowing yourself to be plucked by your master? But if that's the case, who will save your father? Even if you can contend against the entire barbarian god sect 4 years later, don't forget there is a bigger conspiracy behind this world, a more terrifying enemy waiting for you. Why did your grandfather want to kill your foster father? This is really interesting. Gu Changa's tone was unhurried, as if he was a bystander, witnessing everything that happened to someone else. "Don't say any more! Don't say any more, you!" When these words fell into a man's ears, they seemed to carry a terrifying demonic aura. She couldn't help but think of these things, her eyes filled with fear. She didn't know what to do. If this was really the future she had to experience, she really didn't know what to do. There was no way to deal with it. It was as if this was the path she was destined to walk, a fate she had already decided and could not be changed. But she only wanted to live a carefree life in the barbarian tribe, to restore the tribe to its former glory, to make this world's cultivators not dare to bully the barbarian tribe. But why did such a simple wish become such an extravagant matter? Since you know all this, then you can definitely help me, right? At this time, a man suddenly remembered what Gu Changa said at the beginning, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Gu Changa, like a drowning person suddenly grasping at a life-saving straw. "Yes, I can help you. After all, I just said that I am your benefactor." Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and walked toward her. He squatted down and took out a clean handkerchief from his sleeve, wiping the tear stains on her face. A man stared blankly at him as he walked closer. She could smell a pleasant scent. This aura was very natural, making people think of distant mountains, clear rivers, white clouds, and gentle winds. Her somewhat fearful and uneasy emotions gradually calmed down. "What an exquisite and beautiful little girl!" Guchanga wiped the tear stains on her face and looked at her delicate features, as well as her firm and unshakable eyes. He could not help but gently shake his head, thinking of Chanhongi. At the foot of the mountain, when he first met Chanhongi as the demon master, she also had a timid but firm appearance. But at that time, Chanhongi did not have such a tragic background and future as a man. What should I call you?" A man was still not used to Guchanga's change in attitude. Just now, he looked cold and indifferent, as if he was looking down on all living things. 0, but now he gently wiped away her tear stains. Her temperament was not simple. Just now, when she was shocked by the scenes of the future she would experience, she was afraid and lost her usual calm. Now that this fear had slightly dissipated, she gradually calmed down. In this world, there would not be good for no reason, and there would not be such a thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. So Guchanga in front of her definitely had his reasons for doing this. "Call me what?" Guchanga laughed and then asked her, "Then, what do you think you should call me?" Man suddenly fell silent. She didn't know how to answer this question. Although Guchanga looked very young, like a legendary immortal, she didn't know how to answer. But for an existence as powerful as him who could peer into the future, it was very difficult to judge his age from appearance. "Senior?" a man asked tentatively. Guchanga chuckled. "Senior's fine, as long as you don't call me master. I'm already tired of hearing this title." A man nodded in confusion, not knowing that Guchanga was just teasing her. Of course, she did not dig to the bottom of Guchanga's intentions. "You are very smart and calm, but this is also one of the things I admire. A truly smart person understands the pros and cons of the situation." Guchanga let her get up from the ground, and with a wave of his sleeve, the world immediately returned to its original state. The wind blew, and there was the sound of insects and birds in the distance. "Just now, did you stop time?" A man was astounded by this unfathomable and unfathomable method. She didn't know if the legendary barbarian god could do this, but those barbarian god sect elders would never be able to do such a thing. Time stopped. Guchanga chuckled, but he did not answer her question. Instead, he explained his plan. "Next, I will awaken your true talent and strength, turning you into a true devil. Have you thought it through? Once you walk on this path, there will be no turning back." "True devil?" A man was stunned. From these 4 simple words, she suddenly felt endless killing intent soaring to the heavens. Guchanga did not force her. He knew that she would choose. She had no other choice. Of course, she could refuse, but Guchanga would use another method to make her accept. "True devil, what is that?" a man asked in a low voice, not understanding what this meant. "True devil is just a name given by the common people. In my eyes, there is no distinction between devil and immortal." Guchanga said, "I've thought it through. As long as it can change my fate, change my future, I'm willing to do anything." A man did not hesitate for long. Her eyes filled with determination as she spoke. "Senior, please help me." "Very good. In the future, you will not regret the choice you made today." Guchanga smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, boundless black light fell, condensing into a pitch-black rune of the great Tao. There seemed to be thousands of mysteries swirling within the rune, interweaving with each other. Then the rune began to bloom, floating up and down in the air, turning into a seed that directly shot towards a man's forehead. See, Wild didn't resist. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and watched as the seed charged at her. With a whoosh, the seed entered the space between her eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. A man only saw a blurry bottle appear in front of her, floating in her mind with a terrifying aura that could crush everything. A black light rushed out from the bottle and landed on her limbs and bones. It then surged towards her skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and finally took root in the location of her heart. "It hurts!" A man's face immediately paled, her small face filled with pain, her brows tightly knitted together. She only felt that her heart had stopped beating at this moment, and then it was torn apart. Bang! 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 At this moment, she could even clearly hear the sound of her own heart beating. It began to spurt out black light, directly covering and destroying the meridians she had formed before. "My power!" A man's eyes widened, feeling that her power was quickly fading away. All the cultivation she had bitterly cultivated all these years had gone down the drain in an instant. Guchanga just watched from the side, his eyes unmoved. Chapter 845. A man was not a true barbarian. Her demon heart had yet to awaken. She had never truly experienced the existence of talent. All these years, she was able to cultivate the barbarian techniques and reach this step purely because of luck and hard work. If you can't even endure this little bit of pain, then do you still want to save your tribe and your foster father? Guchanga's eyes did not waver. He would not pity her because of her young age. In his view, he had acted to let a man know the future beforehand so that she could be prepared. That was already a great kindness. Without him, what a man would experience in the future would be truly terrifying and cruel. "I will endure it. Senior, don't worry." A man clenched her teeth. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat and her face was drained of blood. She was curled up in a ball and her entire body was trembling. This was a pain similar to rebuilding her meridians. It was as if all her organs were crushed and then rebuilt. During this process, she was completely awake and could feel the pain as if it was exposed to the tiniest detail. It was as if every bone was crushed and every piece of flesh was torn apart. There was not a single part of her that was intact. This is the process of rebuilding your source of energy. Though it cannot allow you to be reborn, it can reconstruct the bones you have wasted all these years to their original state. How can a top-notch, unpolished jade cultivate such a crude cultivation method? Guchanga shook his head, seeing that she was about to faint from the pain. His slender finger landed and tapped between a man's brows. Immediately, her somewhat groggy consciousness suddenly became clear. Of course, this was accompanied by an even more terrifying pain. It was 100 times more intense than before. Even someone as strong as her couldn't help but groan in pain. Her lips were bitten and blood dripped down. His will is indeed many times stronger than that of a normal person. Even cultivators in this world who have already broken through to the 7th realm or even the 8th realm would still faint. But this girl is awake. Guchanga saw that the time was about right. He extended his hand and a ball of dim light once again enveloped a man, say Senior. "I can still hold on." At this moment, Wild felt her entire body lighten, as if she had suddenly gone from hell to heaven. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted. His eyes were filled with determination. Guchanga looked at her and said indifferently, "There's no need. Your body can only be reconstructed to this extent. There's no innate chi in this world, so you can't go against the innate heavens. But through the demon heart, you will be able to reshape everything in the future. The Constitution is not the key to everything. But for now, this is enough." Wild listened to these words in a daze. Although he didn't really understand, he could understand some of the meanings. She felt that her cultivation had disappeared, but her entire body seemed to be filled with endless power. Is this the power of the demon heart that Senior mentioned? A man couldn't help but mutter. Guchanga did not explain. He glanced at her and said, "Go wash up." Only now did a man notice that at some point in time her body was covered in blood and some black stains that were hard to distinguish. The smell was very bad, as if she had been fished out of a smelly ditch. This made her suddenly feel a little embarrassed. In the end, she was just a teenage girl. She was very particular about cleanliness and still had the basic shyness. He watched Aman turn around and enter the house. She took some clean clothes and then went into the depths of the back mountain. Gu Changa shook his head. He estimated in his heart how long he would stay in this world. He couldn't say how long he would stay here. After all, his purpose was only to find a suitable successor. As long as Aman could grow to the point where she was suitable to take charge of things on her own, he would naturally leave. Although there was a wisp of his incarnation in the immortal domain and the upper realm, there were still some things that he had to appear in person. In particular, his incarnation had received news from Xiao Ruoyin. Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao had gone to the Fane of Destiny and borrowed the fortune immortal boat. This surprised Gu Changa. He guessed that the two wanted to take the opportunity to traverse the river of time and go to the Forbidden Era to find out some secrets and the truth. However, the Forbidden Era was broken in the long river of time. Even Gu Changa himself couldn't go near it this time to find the exact coordinates. It was hard to say whether they could find the coordinates if they went rashly. Even if they could find the coordinates, it would only be some broken fragments of time. It was impossible for them to truly experience the Forbidden Era. In addition, they might encounter some accidents and backlash in the process, if they really come into contact with the so-called truth. Gu Changa thought for a while. He felt that he could take this opportunity to trap Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao in the past to prevent them from affecting his plan. At this moment, in the depths of the back mountain, Aman was carrying those clothes. Her figure was like a vigorous cheetah as she flitted quickly through the forest. In the end, she landed beside a very hidden pool. This place was very far from the courtyard where she lived. It was very hidden. Even she had spent a long time to find it. In the past, she would come here to wash clothes or something. But today, Aman was stunned as well when she saw her own appearance reflected in the clear pool, and she was almost unable to recognize this dark and smelly young woman. Then, with a splash, she jumped into the water and washed herself quickly. The pool was very clear and sparkling, but Aman only stuck her head out. Her expression was somewhat blank and as if a lifetime had passed, although the things just now hadn't happened for long. But to Aman, it seemed like many years had passed. It was so deep that it was still fresh in her memory. What is the demon heart? Who is this mysterious senior? Is it good or bad? Is it really like what he said, that he chose me because of the demon heart? Why did he choose me? Aman couldn't help but mutter, countless doubts in her mind. Almost 2 hours later, Gu Changa saw Aman return in the courtyard. Her hair was still wet and she wore a slightly loose robe. Her facial features were exquisite and her face seemed to be only the size of a palm. Because of the reconstruction of her bone structure, her skin was even more white and delicate like flawless jade. However, her figure was taller than the average woman by more than half a head. Her legs were especially long and slender. She looked like a princess who was carved from jade and didn't know anything about the world. Gu Changa's gaze swept across her body and nodded slightly. Then he raised his hand and threw her a Dao art. "Senior, what is this?" Aman hurriedly caught it and looked at the jade slip. It seemed to be made of some kind of green bamboo, sparkling like jade and emitting a misty light. "A cultivation technique that can let you be reborn," Gu Changa said casually. "This cultivation technique doesn't have a name." Aman was a little surprised and carefully read the contents of the jade slip. She could recognize the words, but she couldn't find the name of this cultivation technique. "Because I haven't named it yet. You can call it the nameless cultivation technique," Gu Changa said indifferently. In this world, there was no cultivation technique suitable for a demon heart to cultivate. However, in order to better let Aman grow, he combined the immortal devouring demonic art and many great Tao forbidden arts to create this cultivation technique for her. "Luck," Aman nodded thoughtfully. She noticed a word that was mentioned the most in this jade slip. However, she could only understand a superficial level at the moment. She didn't understand the obscure meaning behind it. She couldn't even read it and felt a piercing pain in her eyes. She could feel that the cultivation method that Gu Changa had casually created was far more profound than the barbarian god method that she had practiced before. In essence, there was a completely different difference. Thank you, Senior, for the cultivation technique. Aman will not let you down. Thinking of this, Aman bowed solemnly. You don't have to thank me. We are just taking what we need. You don't have to be grateful to me. I don't need this. You just have to remember that you will pay the corresponding price for your choice today. I won't harm you, but I won't help you for no reason either. Gu Changa glanced at her and said indifferently, You can understand that I'm just making a simple transaction with you. However, what you need to pay is your future. Aman nodded. She naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. On the contrary, Gu Changa told her this so openly and sincerely, causing her to feel much more at ease and not as worried as before. No matter what, Senior gave me this opportunity. Aman said firmly. Man's expression was firm. She didn't know what Gu Changa meant by paying the so-called future. She could sense that Gu Changa hadn't come here to harm her. This was very important. Moreover, he had told her about the future that was about to happen, taught her the Tao, and helped her reconstruct her foundation. Cultivators are most afraid of being emotional. Sometimes, it's not good to let your imagination run wild. Don't think of me as some kind person. Who knows, maybe one day, you will regret your choice today. As if sensing her thoughts, Gu Changa couldn't help chuckling. Aman blanked for a moment before lowering her eyes. I understand. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. This mountain range wasn't very big, filled with lush greenery and ancient trees, as well as many medicinal fields. On normal days, only Aman and her master lived here. However, even if it was her, she couldn't go to his courtyard without her master's permission. There were quite a number of elders in the barbarian god sect. Each one of them was an expert above the 6th level, and some had even reached the 7th level. Although her master was usually very low-key, rarely going out, there were very few elders who dared to provoke him. On the contrary, their attitude towards him was quite respectful. This was because her master wasn't just a 6th level expert, he was also a great alchemist with a special status, capable of refining all kinds of ancient medicines. Even some of the ancient pills that had been lost in history had been refined before. Because of her barbarian identity, Aman encountered a lot of trouble when she wanted to enter the barbarian god sect. Her physique wasn't suitable for cultivation. Moreover, those powerful barbarians in the barbarian god sect wouldn't accept her as a disciple. Compared to the human race, the barbarian race spent more resources on cultivation. Those barbarian race experts didn't even have enough resources for their own cultivation. Naturally, they wouldn't accept another barbarian disciple. However, at that time, Aman had caught the eye of her master who had just returned from gathering medicinal herbs, saying that he was lacking a disciple to take care of the medicinal fields. Hence, Aman had taken her master as a disciple. Normally, she had very little contact with her master. Her master spent almost every day in her own courtyard, fiddling with some medicinal herbs and refining pills. Sometimes he would throw bottles full of medicinal pellets to Aman. Some of them could increase one's blood essence, while others were healing pellets. Aman grew up in the wilderness under the guidance of her grandfather, so she was naturally proficient in all kinds of medicinal herbs. She also had some understanding of medicinal herbs and medicinal pellets. At first, Aman thought that her master had given her those medicinal pellets out of goodwill, but she discovered that some of the medicinal pellets had different effects when taken together, capable of controlling a person's mind. At that time, Aman thought that her master had given her these medicinal pellets because he wasn't paying attention. At that time, Aman slowly realized that the medicinal pellets he gave her didn't seem to have any problems at first glance. but if taken in the long run, it would cause a person's mind to go haywire, even turning them into a mindless puppet. That was why Aman became vigilant, but she still didn't understand why her master would do this. Did he want to control her? Her cultivation was clearly at the third realm. What was the use of controlling her? No wonder! So he wanted to use me as a cauldron, waiting for me to reach a certain level before plucking me. Every time my cultivation broke through, he would be overjoyed. At first, I even thought that he was really happy for me. Thinking of this, a cold light flickered in Aman's eyes. If it wasn't for Gu Changa telling her about that part of the future, she wouldn't have discovered it so early. Later on, it was because of this that the barbarian god sect annihilated the tribe she belonged to. This time, he'll be out for at least half a month before returning. Before that, I need to figure out what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. Aman was very familiar with her own methods. If she wanted to poison her master, she would have come up with a foolproof plan, not leaving behind any clues. So, how did the barbarian god sect find out about this in the future? Perhaps her master had some kind of secret method that she didn't know of that allowed him to contact the barbarian god sect in secret? Other than this possibility, Aman couldn't think of any other. I'll give you half a month's time to personally take revenge. If you can't do it in half a month, I'll erase your memories and return everything to normal. Whatever happens after that will have nothing to do with me. Of course, I won't help you during this time. Gu Changa stated, his tone indifferent. It wasn't that he was cruel, but if Aman couldn't even do such a small thing, then she wasn't qualified to waste his time. In this vast world, there was bound to be a second suitable person. Chapter 846. At the end of the day, to Gu Changa, Aman was merely a suitable tool. If it was broken, he could fix it, and if it couldn't be fixed, he could replace it. It sounded cruel, but this was the truth. This half a month's time could be considered a test for Aman. If she could pass this test, her life in the future would be much better. Although Aman still couldn't understand all this, she understood that Gu Changa wasn't joking. Half a month's time revenge? She wouldn't let Gu Changa erase her memories, because if he did, that cruel future would descend and there would be no change. I understand. I won't disappoint Senior. Aman nodded solemnly. She had lost all her cultivation, and although there was still powerful energy in her body, it was still difficult for her to fully utilize it. She still needed a period of adaptation. Moreover, she only had half a month's time, but this was too short. After all, her master was a 6th-level master, and in the barbarian god sect, where experts were as common as clouds, she had a certain status. Moreover, if she didn't handle this matter properly, it was very likely that the future she saw would be the same, causing the tribe behind her to be annihilated by the barbarian god sect. Therefore, she had to be careful with every step she took. After saying all this to Aman, Gu Changa disappeared, as if he had merged with heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. Aman didn't even have time to react. Senior! Aman tried to call out, but no one answered. It was incomparably quiet. If it weren't for the fact that everything seemed so real, Aman would have suspected that she was hallucinating. Faintly, she couldn't even remember Gu Changa's appearance, as if there was a thick layer of fog shrouding him. According to the nameless divine Art Senior gave me, I can indeed slowly circulate the energy in my body and can even sense the spiritual energy in the air. This is something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before. The barbarian race can't absorb the spiritual energy like humans, missing out a lot. But now I can feel the spiritual energy swarming toward me. My body is like a giant black hole. After Aman returned to her courtyard, the first thing she did was to sit down cross-legged and comprehend the profoundness of this nameless technique. In just an instant, she was shocked. She had never experienced such a terrifying speed of improvement before. Even the naked eye could see that a gust of wind had appeared around her, which was caused by the boiling of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, if someone were to look from the outside of the mountain, they would see a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathering in the air like fog. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote, and cultivators rarely came here. After Aman recovered from her shock, she quickly calmed down. She knew that this was her chance, and she had to make the best use of the time to absorb it. At the same time, the pores on her body glowed, and numerous golden vortexes appeared. They were like some kind of tool that could absorb and devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This is the first level of cultivation, and it's already close to the second level. It's only been an afternoon. Very quickly, the afternoon passed in a flash. As dusk descended outside the courtyard, Aman also opened her eyes. Her crystal clear and pretty eyes were filled with shock and awe, as well as a deep sense of joy. She really did not expect that the speed of cultivation could be so fast. It was as if she was soaring in the clouds. This feeling was simply intoxicating and difficult to describe with words. When she was in the tribe, she cultivated the barbarian god method. It took her more than 10 years to cultivate to the second level, which was comparable to the second level of the human race. Even so, she was still praised as the most outstanding genius of the barbarian race in thousands of years. Senior, just where did he come from? The cultivation method he casually created is so terrifying and unfathomable. He shouldn't be from this world. Perhaps he is a true immortal from the legends? Aman's heart was filled with shock. She walked out of the courtyard, wanting to see if there was any sign of Guchanga. However, the night was like water. The moonlight sprinkled down like fragments of silver. The surroundings were incomparably peaceful, and the sounds of insects were particularly pleasing to her ears. Perhaps half a month's time is enough. Aman did not see any sign of Guchanga. She was slightly disappointed. She had originally thought that she would be praised by the senior for breaking through to the first level in one afternoon, and even approaching the second level. But she quickly shook her head, restraining this feeling that she was too childish. Since the senior had said that this could be considered a transaction between the two of them, then her emotional reaction was somewhat inappropriate. In the next few days, Aman spent her time in bitter cultivation. Other than the first few days where her cultivation speed was ridiculously fast, it gradually slowed down. Of course, her cultivation had already reached the fourth level. She was even stronger than when she cultivated the barbarian god method. This kind of speed could only be described as inconceivable. Aman's mind was strong, so she was not confused by this kind of speed. In the process of her bitter cultivation, she also tried other methods to strengthen her foundation. A skyscraper starts from the ground. This kind of simple logic was very clear to Aman. In the barbarian god sect, there were many geniuses who would stay in the same realm for many years in order to strengthen their foundation. Although Aman's cultivation speed was fast, it was accompanied by a weak foundation. Hence, Aman began to deliberately control her cultivation speed. Of course, in these few days, Songchinger did not come to find trouble with her, and Guchanga also did not appear, apart from bitterly cultivating. Aman also flipped through various ancient books and went to the other peaks of the barbarian god peak to inquire about some information. In order to deal with her master, Aman had put in a lot of effort. Relying on ordinary means was definitely not her master's match. Therefore, Aman thought of poisoning her master. Other than that, she also needed to know what method her master used to pass the news to the barbarian god sect. Bang! On this day, a man who was bitterly cultivating in his courtyard suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside. She was alarmed and alerted, quickly looking into the courtyard. In the next moment, she was dumbfounded. A bronze, four-legged square cauldron about half a person's height was sitting in the middle of the courtyard. On its ancient surface there were many engravings, including ancient sacrificial drawings of human ancestors, various terrifying beasts fighting, mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fishes. Beside this four-legged square cauldron were many strange and ferocious-looking savage beasts. Even though they were dead, they still exuded shocking killing intent, enough to scare an ordinary person to death. This is the horned Chi-dragon's horn. A man recognized one of the black horns that seemed to be made of some kind of metal. Her small mouth suddenly opened slightly in shock. She had only seen this thing in ancient books. It was a terrifying, savage beast comparable to a human 8th level cultivator, and its horn had the power to split the sky. This was originally a legendary creature. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But today, a man suddenly saw it, and it was a broken horn. There were still traces of blood in some places. Clearly it had been broken not long ago. As for the other parts of the savage beasts, as well as the rare spirit stones and divine herbs, a man couldn't recognize them. But if they were placed together with the horned Chi-dragon's horn, their value was unimaginable. "Senior, these are—" Looking at the slender figure standing beside the 4-legged square cauldron, a man couldn't help but ask in shock and disbelief. Could it be that Gu Changa disappeared for the past few days to hunt these terrifying savage beasts and obtain these rare materials? She thought that Gu Changa had directly disappeared and left. "I've searched all over this world for the past few days and only found these things. However, they're barely enough to refine a cauldron of treasure blood for you to build your foundation." Gu Changa glanced at her and said casually, "After all, a man was born in this world and was tainted with the laws and aura of this world. If he used other materials to build her foundation, it might cause some adverse effects. Therefore, after thinking about it, he personally went to find some materials of this world for her. If a man was left to her own devices and relied on herself to build her foundation, who knew how much time would be wasted? Refined treasure blood." "Senior, did you specially find this for me?" Hearing this, a man was shocked again. She knew that the disciples of some large sects were supported by rich resources. During cultivation, their families would refine precious blood to help them build their foundation. When she was in the barbarian tribe, she had also had such an experience. However, it was the blood of ordinary beasts and herbs that were several thousand years old, so it couldn't be considered precious blood. These materials are too precious. Any one of them, if placed outside, would cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid the barbarian god sect can't take out even one. A man found it hard to calm down. She never thought that she would receive such treatment one day. Her bright eyes looked at Gu Changa, but she didn't know what to say to thank him. "The barbarian god sect can still take out one. The stalk of cold god grass was taken from their treasury," Gu Changa said casually. He didn't care much about it. To him, this was just a small matter, but a man's gratitude towards him was unexpected. He didn't want to have too many emotional ties with a man, no matter who it was, even if it was him. "The barbarian god sect's cold god grass." "Senior, you actually went to the barbarian god sect's treasury?" A man blinked her eyes, finding the stalk of cold god grass among the pile of materials. The stalk of cold god grass was blue and lustrous, as if it was carved from cold jade, looking very beautiful. While a man was surprised, she also felt envious. If she was as strong as Senior, she too could enter the barbarian god sect's treasury freely. Then she wouldn't be lacking cultivation resources. "You don't need to thank me. This is just an early investment for you." Gu Changa's gaze swept over a man, casually saying, "If you can't meet my requirements, you'll have to return everything you've received in double." Chapter 847. A man won't disappoint Senior. I won't let Senior down. A man's expression immediately became very solemn. She knew the value of these divine materials. Any one of them could cause a huge commotion in the outside world, so she didn't dare to be negligent. Gu Changa didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, a layer of hazy light spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. Then, a cluster of golden flames ignited under the bronze cauldron with a bang. A man watched in shock. She was proficient in medicinal theory, although she had never come into contact with such things before. But it could also be seen that Gu Changa simply threw them in and didn't mention how to combine them according to various pharmacological principles to maximize the efficacy of the medicine. It was like stewing them randomly. A man suddenly felt a little heartache. So many divine materials were casually thrown into the cauldron, and then they began to bubble. Dense light began to spray out. It was the first time she had seen such an extravagant thing. Not long after, all the divine materials fell in succession, and all kinds of dazzling divine light interweaved. The haze was dense, accompanied by astonishing divinity. It was like a pot of peerless medicine was being refined. There were even many strange phenomena and phantoms appearing in the void. Palaces and pavilions sat there majestically, ancient ferocious beasts roaring ferociously, and divine chains interweaving like order into a large net. In Wilde's opinion, any one of these drops of treasured blood elixir was a supreme divine medicine that contained countless mysteries. Gu Changa's expression didn't change much. He didn't spend too much effort on it. With Man's current cultivation, it was impossible for her to absorb all of it. It was purely for her to strengthen her foundation. Very soon, in front of Gu Changa, Man took off her outer garment, wearing only a small garment, and walked into the cauldron with a determined expression. Ignoring the boiling blood, she endured the high temperature and directly sat down cross-legged. The bubbling blood gushed out and curled up in a great mist. In an instant it submerged her. Only her head was left, steamed red by the high temperature. She knew that this was the best time for the medicine, so she couldn't miss the best opportunity. This cauldron's treasured blood could not only strengthen her foundation, but also temper her spirit and strengthen her soul. The moment he sat down, Man felt as if his skin was being torn apart. Every pore on her body felt like it was being pierced by burning red needles, and she almost fainted from the pain. Fortunately, her willpower was extremely firm. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Then he began to circulate the nameless cultivation technique that Gu Changa had imparted to him, absorbing the essence of the cauldron's treasure blood. This was a divine material that Gu Changa had specially found for her. She couldn't let him down. Moreover, this was an unimaginable opportunity for her. Even the barbarian god Sek's most outstanding genius wouldn't be as extravagant as her, possessing a cauldron full of precious blood. Just a single drop would make them go wild with joy. Looking at how Man was holding on for dear life, her delicate and flawless face was filled with beads of sweat, like a cooked prawn, completely red. Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know what to say. He didn't say that he wanted Man to sit down and refine this cauldron's treasure blood. The divine fire he had released wasn't an ordinary fire. Its temperature was ridiculously high. But this girl was very self-aware, not caring about her own body at all, not even afraid of being cooked by the high temperature. But this kind of willpower still made Gu Changa admire her a little. Boom! Strange phenomena occurred in this place. Lightning flashed, runes disappeared, and divine light soared to the sky. Behind them was a scene of chaos. A man was using this cauldron's treasure blood to strengthen her foundation. Various kinds of divine lights shone brightly. Her originally fair skin was undergoing a shocking transformation. While absorbing the precious blood, it began to nurture vitality. To Man, this was a supreme fortune. She wasn't willing to let go of a single strand of vitality, thinking of ways to absorb it. Gu Changa covered the sky outside the courtyard and did not let the strange phenomenon in this place rush out. This kind of scene continued for an entire day and night. On the evening of the second day, a man watched as the medicinal liquid gradually became clear. She let out a long breath. After absorbing it, she stood up from the cauldron. Her eyes were shining like two bolts of lightning. It was terrifying to the extreme. Her entire person looked more and more flawless. Her skin was white and delicate. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting, and her figure was tall and slender, as if she was made of immortal jade. Just by tempering my foundation, my cultivation base has broken through to the fifth realm. Moreover, my foundation is much deeper than before. It's simply inconceivable. Moreover, I still haven't completely refined the medicinal energy I absorbed. Man's face was filled with joy. Her body was filled with a terrifying energy that surged like an ocean. She felt like she didn't need to fear sixth realm human cultivators at all. Senior. Thinking of this, Man couldn't help but look at Guchanga, her eyes full of hope. However, Guchanga didn't say anything. He only shook his head and then tossed her a white robe. At this time, Man felt something strange in her body. She reacted and her face flushed red. She quickly retreated back into the cauldron, only revealing her shy head. In the past several days of absorbing the precious blood, the clothes she wore before had already turned to ash. Thus, she was in a completely naked state. Thus, she couldn't be blamed for almost retreating back into the cauldron. Her heart was filled with shame. However, after Guchanga tossed her a white robe, his figure vanished. He didn't continue to stay here. He didn't say anything, as if he hadn't seen anything at all. Senior, he should have seen it just now. How embarrassing! Man felt her face heating up. It was even hotter than when she was sitting in the cauldron and absorbing the precious blood, especially when she thought of how she had stood up in joy and excitement. She wished she could retract her head back into the cauldron. It took her a long time to regain her composure. She picked up the white robe Guchanga had tossed her and put it on. This should be Senior's robe. Man looked at this soft outer garment. She didn't know what material it was made of. She could feel a bit of warmth coming from it, as well as a very pleasant smell. It was like a clear, immortal spring. She fell into a daze for a moment, thinking of something. Her face flushed red as she shook her head desperately, as if she was trying to expel these thoughts from her mind. A transcendent immortal, like Senior, shouldn't have such mundane thoughts. What am I thinking? Man shook her head, as if telling herself this. Compared to people of the same age, Man was tall and slender. Her legs were especially long and slender. In the entire barbarian god sect, her beauty was at the forefront. However, the way Guchanga looked at her didn't change much because of this. Even just now, he looked at her as if she was a rock or a weed by the roadside. Chapter 848. At the age of 15 or 16, Man had been mature and sensible since she was young. She had experienced many things and was far calmer than her peers. But she was also a little confused about her current emotions and did not know what it meant. When she was cultivating, there would be many distracting thoughts in her mind that should not be there. She would uncontrollably think of Senior. At first, Man felt that it was her respect and awe for Senior and her yearning for his great strength. But she never thought that her face would heat up because of this and her emotions would not calm down for a long time. It had to be said that the two of them had only known each other for a few days and had not even spoken much. But Man felt that there was something about Guchanga that attracted her. She couldn't help but feel close to her. Especially when facing Guchanga, her heart would inevitably beat faster. She guessed that it was because of the demon heart that Senior had mentioned. Because they both had demon hearts? The two of them were of the same kind, so was that why she felt this way? Or was it because she simply liked beautiful things, like little girls who liked beautiful things or people? After all, Senior looked to be in his 20s and his appearance was flawless. Using the word perfect was not enough to describe him. So I am also a vulgar person? Man finally calmed down and could not help but shake her head and ask herself. Her thoughts returned. Because of the precious blood in the cauldron, she had successfully broken through to the fifth realm of cultivation. Breaking through 3 realms in one go was simply inconceivable. Even facing her master, a 6th realm expert, she was very confident and did not need to use poison or other methods. Moreover, Man was confident that she would break through to the 6th realm on the day her master returned to the mountain. This kind of terrifying speed was simply unimaginable to her in the past. But today it was easily achieved. It was like a dream. After returning to her room, Man first changed her clothes and then carefully folded the moon-white coat that Guchanga had thrown to her. She planned to wash it when she had time and then return it to Guchanga. After all, she had worn it before. Although it had not been for long, it had come into contact with her skin all over. Therefore, she was worried that Guchanga would dislike it when the time came. It could be seen that this senior's entire body was spotless. He probably couldn't tolerate having his clothes stained with other things. In the following days, Man did not see Guchanga again. In the beginning, she was disappointed and frustrated, but after cultivating for a while, she would habitually take a few glances at the courtyard. Gradually, she calmed down and began to completely immerse herself in cultivation. In the past few days, she had found Song Chinger through the poison that she had administered previously. Using the excuse of giving her the antidote, she helped her to investigate the matter regarding the life plates of the elders of the various peaks. Song Chinger was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, so she naturally did not dare to resist. She valued her own life very much. On the other hand, a man had also smoothly obtained quite a bit of information, causing her to be very puzzled. She had always known that every barbarian god peak elder had a life token placed in one of the inner halls of the barbarian god sect, and there were disciples patrolling the area every day. If the life token was lost, extinguished, or broken, the disciple would immediately know of the elder's death. This was not a secret in the barbarian god sect. Even the most talented disciples would be given a life token to ensure that they were still alive. However, the life token could only tell if the elder was dead or alive. It could not determine the cause of the elder's death. Naturally, it could not determine the enemy's identity. According to the scenes from the future, a man knew that after killing her master, the first thing she did was to remove all traces, not leaving behind any clues. Therefore, it was very unlikely that the barbarian god sect was able to confirm that she was the murderer through the life token. Then, how did the barbarian god sect find out about this? A man fell into deep thought. Could there be other possibilities? For example, did someone else know that she killed her master, and then report this matter to the barbarian god sect? According to the scenes from the future, the time when the tribe behind her was annihilated was not long after her father left the tribe to search for the barbarian god sect. However, the truth was that she had killed her master before that. There was a long time between the two events. Could it be that I told someone about this matter, and that person then told the barbarian god sect? A chill ran down a man's spine as she thought of the most likely possibility. However, according to her personality, this kind of thing could only be told to the person closest to her, the person she trusted the most. It could only be father, grandfather, but father was killed by grandfather in the end. In other words, the person who leaked this matter to the barbarian god sect was grandfather? A man's gaze turned frosty as she connected the dots. She didn't know grandfather's intention, but she knew that the person she trusted the most, the person closest to her, had been deceiving her all this time. Grandfather, not only did you kill father, you also caused the entire tribe to be annihilated by the barbarian god sect. A man's heart had long turned cold. Since she had figured everything out, there was no need to worry anymore. Her master would return by tomorrow at the latest. During this time, she would prepare a big gift for her master. Other than her master, she wouldn't let the barbarian god sect off. If it wasn't for Guchanga, the tribe behind her would have been annihilated by the barbarian god sect. Not even sparing children and old people such cruel and ruthless actions, there was no need for her to show any mercy. At noon the next day, a divine rainbow descended from the mountain peak. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He looked very frail. He wore a scholarly robe. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, as if he lacked chi and blood. After returning to the mountain peak, he first closed his eyes to sense the aura around him. After confirming that there were no outsiders around, he nodded and headed to his courtyard. A man, noticing the messy herb fields not far away, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, then called out, "Master, Master, you're back?" Hearing this voice, a man finally reacted. She hurried over from her courtyard with a look of pleasant surprise on her face. The middle-aged man looked at a man and nodded. There was no change in his expression as he asked, "What happened to my herb fields?" A man's face was filled with fear and uneasiness as she hurriedly explained, "Master, on the day you left, Song Ching-er came to find trouble with this disciple again. She was the one who ordered people to destroy those medicinal fields. These few days, this disciple has been thinking of a way." Hearing this explanation, the middle-aged man frowned and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "I know. You only know how to find trouble for your master." He naturally knew that Song Ching-er had come to find trouble with a man some time ago. However, he had chased her away with the reason of disturbing his cultivation. He didn't mind a man's explanation. After all, there weren't any precious herbs in those herb fields. Master needs to refine a certain kind of pellet. It might take 4 to 5 days. The middle-aged man said indifferently, but before he could finish his words, he seemed to have sensed something and was delighted. "Master feels that your cultivation has increased a lot?" The barbarian tribe's cultivation system was different from the human race. Thus, he couldn't accurately judge a man's strength. "I won't hide it from you, Master. Last night, this disciple luckily broke through to the third realm." A smile appeared on a man's face at the right time, with some joy and excitement. "Good, good, good! As expected of my good disciple. You can take this bottle of pills." After receiving a definite answer, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile happily, as if he was very gratified. He then took out a bottle of pellets and threw it to a man. "Thank you, Master." A man received it with a grateful expression, but she actually knew what kind of medicinal effects these pellets had. If she continued to consume them, it wouldn't be long before she became the middle-aged man's puppet. "Very good, very good. Very soon." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over a man, and there was a hint of greed and heat in his eyes. He then turned and left. A man kept her head down and didn't raise it. After the middle-aged man's figure disappeared, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. She was actually at the 6th realm now. If she had suddenly launched a sneak attack just now, she had an 80% chance of killing the middle-aged man. However, she still chose to endure and wait for a 100% chance. "Since you like to refine pellets to harm people, then why don't you try this time?" A man's eyes were full of killing intent. She had already made a detailed plan. She secretly added her own powder to the materials that the middle-aged man had prepared for the pellet this time. Even if they neutralized each other, there wouldn't be any smell. However, it could work together with the pellet that the middle-aged man wanted to refine, causing the medicinal effects to become chaotic and cause unexpected accidents. The middle-aged man would fall into this trap when he was testing the pellet. This time, he specially went out to find one of the precious materials, because the cost of this pellet was shocking and could greatly increase a cultivator's chi and blood. The middle-aged man couldn't bear to let a man test the pellet. In the end, when he was testing the pellet, his chaotic chi and blood broke through his organs, and he died instantly. Chapter 849. Are you sure this plan is foolproof? However, what surprised a man the most was that Gu Changa, who had disappeared for several days, actually appeared in her courtyard today. He was sitting under a withered old tree, wearing a white robe that was as clean as the moon. His ink-black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, as if there was a crystalline light flowing through it. He exuded an otherworldly aura as his slender fingers played with a jade wine cup in his hand. Gu Changa looked at a man with a thoughtful look in her eyes. "I dare not say that this plan is foolproof, but I am 100% sure that it can kill my master. Senior can rest assured." A man was dazed for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Gu Changa's words, but she still said confidently. Gu Changa let out a chuckle as he stood up, walking to A Man's side. This little girl is very confident. He shook his head. Hearing this, Man's eyes flashed with confusion. Could it be that she had made some mistake? However, Gu Changa did not explain further, merely saying, "Since it's like this, then act according to your plan. Don't disappoint me, Man had a feeling that Gu Changa had seen through something. All of a sudden, Man lost her confidence, asking in a low voice, "Senior, did I miss something?" Gu Changa smiled, his gaze fixed on Man as he said, "Since you already know that your grandfather is the culprit behind your tribe's massacre, why don't you think about how he managed to contact the barbarian god sect?" Hearing this, Man was dazed for a moment before realizing what Huang Xiaolong meant. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She had indeed forgotten about it, or rather, she had neglected it. In her opinion, as long as she poisoned her master to death, leaving no traces behind, the barbarian god sect would never be able to trace it back to her. Moreover, as long as she did not tell anyone else about this matter, no one else would know about it. However, she had forgotten that her grandfather was able to contact the barbarian god sect in secret, even knowing about the barbarian god's disappearance. In that case, his background was definitely not simple. Therefore, when her master was poisoned to death, her grandfather could have used some means to make the barbarian god sect suspect her. Her grandfather was actually the biggest enemy she had to face right now. Grandfather wants to borrow the barbarian god sect's hand to annihilate our tribe. But why would he do that? Man couldn't understand this at all and couldn't understand. He didn't want to borrow the barbarian god sect's hand to annihilate the tribe behind you, but he wanted to borrow your hand. Gu Changa's gaze was slightly pitiful. "We've already come this far. Can't you see? Borrow my hand." A man's brows knit together tightly while a wisp of a vicious expression suddenly appeared on her beautiful and exquisite face. "He wants me to live in guilt and pain, and let me understand that the tribe was actually annihilated because of me?" She could not understand why her grandfather, who used to be so kind and amiable, would do such a cruel thing. Because you're a natural-born devil, your grandfather is merely forcing you to walk down this path with no other choice. Gu Changa explained calmly. "So, he did this just to force me to enter the devil path." A man's expression was filled with pain. The carefree times of her childhood surfaced in her mind once again. Gradually, they overlapped and intertwined with the cruel future that she had seen. In this world, one of the greatest taboos is a mistake. "I thought you wouldn't make this kind of mistake." Gu Changa lightly shook his head. It seems like not everyone could be like him, taking into account all the possibilities and making it watertight. Then again, Gu Changa could only conclude that a man was still young and needed to grow up. This mistake wasn't a fatal one. "Senior, what should I do?" A man's expression was filled with pain, ruthlessness, and coldness intertwined in the depths of her eyes, like a fierce beast that was about to break out of its cage. It's good to have kindness in your heart, but sometimes it's better to keep it to yourself. Gu Changa stretched out his hand and placed it on her head, his tone calm. His gaze descended onto a man's heart. Strands of jet-black light were currently gushing out and coiling around like mist. It seemed to carry some sort of terrifying curse that was gradually swallowing up some of the remaining light within a man's heart. Even if you've seen the future with your own eyes, you still have a trace of fantasy and hope for others. You can't do that. Sleep. It'll be fine when you wake up. Forget the beautiful past, those illusions that are like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. In the morning of the next day, sunlight sprinkled in through the window, bringing with it some warmth. A man's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her eyes. There was a trace of confusion in her expression, as if she hadn't woken up from some kind of illusion or dream. "Did I fall asleep yesterday?" Man muttered to herself, noticing that she was already lying on the bed at some unknown time, covered with a blanket. The warm sunlight sprinkled in from the window was slightly dazzling, causing her to involuntarily narrow her eyes. "What happened yesterday?" She felt that her memories had become a little blurry. She only remembered that the senior had said something to her yesterday and told her some things. As for what exactly it was, she seemed to have forgotten. She only knew that in a daze she had fainted because of a splitting headache and was in too much pain. Later on, she was carried back to the room by the senior. So, it was senior who covered me with a blanket? Man was a little dazed, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly took out the moon-white outer robe that Guchanga had thrown to her. It's the same as on the blanket. It's senior's aura, making one feel at ease. Man buried her head in the outer robe and muttered softly. 7 days later, as Man had expected, her master was poisoned. After swallowing the pill in surprise, he instantly fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his eyes bulged out. His appearance was incomparably terrifying, like a malicious ghost. 0, the blood vessels under his skin seemed to be about to burst, and black blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. Man looked coldly from outside the cave, her little face devoid of any emotion. How is this possible? How could the pill go wrong? The middle-aged man continuously vomited blood, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. He crawled on the ground with difficulty, wanting to find the antidote from the bottles at the side. At this time, Man walked in from outside the cave, looking down at him coldly. The middle-aged man was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed the last life-saving straw, and a roar came from the depths of his throat. Man, quickly save me, help me find the antidote. Save you. Man just shook her head coldly. This appearance made the middle-aged man panic. It was completely different from the obedient disciple he had seen before. 0 inch not killing you with my own hands is already being merciful to you. I really want to kill you with 1 sword strike right now, but that would be letting you off too easily. Dying slowly and painfully like this may not be an unsuitable result for you. Man said softly, but there was no fluctuation of emotion in her eyes. You. The middle-aged man looked terrified and was filled with extreme fear. He immediately understood. Why would there be a problem with the pills he refined? Man had long known that he would make a move against her. It was just that he was too stupid to notice. So you knew all along. His voice trembled as he screamed, filled with regret. However, what he regretted was that Man had discovered his plan ahead of time, not that he had poisoned the pills he refined in the past. At this time, Man was no longer looking at him, looking outside the cave as if she was waiting for something. Guchanga's figure appeared outside the cave, looking calmly at Man. You've made your choice? Man nodded. I've made my choice. Since this was destined to be unsolvable from the start, why should I worry about it? From the start, I never had a chance to turn the tables. In fact, she had thought things through in the past few days. So-called schemes had no chance of winning in the face of absolute power. Even if she could get rid of her master and the barbarian god sect's hidden danger, she still couldn't escape the fate of being manipulated by her grandfather. Everything was destined from the start. She was just a fish struggling in the long river of fate. But no matter how hard she struggled, she would be thrown back to her original fate. Guchanga suddenly chuckled, reaching out to stroke her head. No, who says you don't have a chance to turn the tables? I came to this world to help you turn the tables. Chapter 850. Inside the cultivation dwelling, a rotting stench filled the air. The middle-aged man tore at his own face, looking like a ghost that had just escaped from hell. He roared with unwillingness, crawling on the ground in search of the antidote. Who exactly are you? He had thought that this was Man's revenge, but he never imagined that there would be a second person inside the cultivation dwelling. Moreover, he had never seen this person before, as if this person didn't exist in this world. However, Guchanga did not pay attention to him. She did not even look at him. Let's go. His palm landed on Man's head. his tone neither soft nor slow. "N." A man nodded. Although she was taller than other girls her age, her height still only reached Gu Changa's shoulder. At this moment, a man raised her head to look at Huang Xiaolong with indescribable emotions. She reached out and grabbed Gu Changa's sleeve, silently following behind him as they walked out of the cultivation dwelling. "Save me! Save me! A man, save me! I'm your master! Ah!" The middle-aged man's body was rapidly rotting, black blood gushing out from his body. He screamed in despair, begging a man to save him. However, he could only see two figures gradually disappearing outside the cultivation dwelling. The barbarian god sect's territory spanned over 10,000 li, one of the most powerful forces in this world. The words of a few elders could easily decide the fate of many forces. To this world's cultivators and barbarian tribes, the barbarian god sect was the supreme ruler of this world. "Senior, what should I do next?" A man followed behind Gu Changa, standing on a mountain peak. Fog drifted in the air, and in the distance, loud bell tolls could be heard. The death of an elder was a big matter to the barbarian god sect, alerting all the peaks at the first moment. Streaks of light were already flying over from the nearest mountain peaks. Many elders and disciples swarmed over, wanting to see what was going on. "Swish! Swish! Are you afraid?" Gu Changa didn't answer her, but asked with a smile. A man shook his head and said, "A man isn't afraid. I feel very at ease by Senior's side instead." She had never thought that there would be a day when she would experience so many things. She even felt that her state of mind had undergone an indescribable change. Even when looking at the elders and disciples who had rushed over, they were incomparably calm. Their emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest. This was a terrifying transformation process. A man had never thought that in just a few days she would experience countless things and recognize the so-called truth. "Since you're not afraid, let's kill them later." "These people should all become your nourishment," Gu Changa said. "Only by killing them will you be able to see the truth you want to know." Black viciousness appeared in a man's eyes. He looked into the distance and said, "Kill them? I understand. Who are you? Why on Elder Zhu's mountain peak?" From afar, there were already cultivators rushing over, noticing Gu Changa's presence. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they shouted. The other cultivators leaped into the air, silhouettes floating above their bodies as they stared at Gu Changa in shock. In the vast barbarian god sect, they had never seen such an unfamiliar figure. If they had seen him before, they would definitely have an impression of him. Elder Zhu's life token shattered, suspected to be dead. It's definitely related to him. Capture this person. The barbarian god sect's cultivators who had rushed over shouted coldly, planning to take action and capture Gu Changa. Only through extreme transformation can one temper an invincible Tao and will. Today, this place belongs to you. No one can stop you. However, Gu Changa didn't pay attention to them, merely smiling at a man. As his voice fell, there seemed to be some kind of iron-blooded that could not be questioned in the world, and a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Even the Grand Tao's laws were shaking. Countless chains of law and order locked down the entire area. It was as if the barbarian god sect's territory was under some kind of order and rule. Even the will of heaven and earth retreated. A man didn't know what this meant, but she could feel that her body had been bestowed with boundless power in that instant. She quietly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was cold and indifferent. "Kill!" A man took a step forward, raising her palm. Countless runes condensed in the air, turning into heavenly blades, giant swords, and spears. Dazzling divine lights shone from them, akin to a divine weapon fog. The group of cultivators charging over didn't have time to react before they were torn apart by these heavenly blades and giant swords, exploding into a mist of blood. To the barbarian god sect, this was a terrifying day, the shadow of death looming over them. No one could have imagined that the death of an elder would lead to such an unimaginable calamity. When the elders who had rushed oversaw the surging blood mist with their own eyes, their entire bodies trembled in fear. "That's Elder Zhu's disciple, that barbarian tribe's princess!" Someone suddenly recognized a man's identity, his face filled with fear. But in the next second he was torn apart by the heavenly blades, exploding with a "Piu" sound. A man was dressed in plain robes, her fine black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. There wasn't the slightest trace of emotion on her flawless face. She walked down step by step from the mountain peak. With a raise of her hand, it was as if thousands of starlight gathered, interweaving into a terrifying weapon. This kind of vast and terrifying might was akin to a world-ending calamity to the average cultivator. Even the seventh-leveled elder was shocked. He didn't think a teenage girl would have such terrifying power. This was simply inconceivable. Moreover, the young man standing behind her had a faint smile on his face as he watched the scene unfold before him. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. "Stop!" Angry roars came from the distance as the barbarian god sex experts rushed over, wanting to stop this. However, a man's expression remained unchanged, cold and indifferent. She walked out from the blood fog, exuding a strong stench of blood. Countless crimson lights could be seen in the air, rushing towards her. That was the source of a fallen cultivator's life essence, turning into surging energy that was absorbed by her. The current A-man was akin to a constantly changing crimson flower, swallowing all living things that came close to her. With every step she took, her aura changed, like a terrifying tsunami that wanted to drown the world. At this time, in a desolate land far away from the barbarian god sect, inside an ancient barbarian tribe, a figure clad in a black robe with a hood covering his face, looking somewhat stooped and old, was fiddling with dried medicinal herbs in front of him, coughing from time to time. The people in the tribe, regardless of their age or gender, were all respectful when they saw him. This was the tribe's grandpa, a person of virtue and prestige. He was very old and was in charge of the tribe's sacrificial offerings, medicinal herbs, and other related matters. Other than the patriarch, he was the person with the highest prestige. At this time, beside this black-robed old man, a bronze-skinned, burly, and tall middle-aged man was discussing something with him. "There are less than 4 years left before I step onto that path. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to touch the 7th level in this lifetime. Only 4 years left for a man. I wonder how she's doing in the barbarian god sect." The middle-aged man was the tribe's patriarch, in charge of all the tribe members. There was a trace of worry on his face as he looked in the direction of the barbarian god sect. Cough, cough, cough. A man has been smart since she was young, even in a place like the barbarian god sect. No one can bully her. Patriarch, you can rest assured. The stooped old man coughed a few times, shaking his head with a smile. But I'm still worried. A man is only in her teens, yet she has to shoulder such a big responsibility. The middle-aged man sighed. Especially recently, I can faintly feel the previous barbarian god summon, as if he wants to tell me something, as if he wants to warn me, tell me something, but there's something blocking everything, making me unable to hear clearly. Hearing this, the black-robed old man's movements paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered. He shook his head, smiling. "Patriarch, have you not been resting well recently? The previous barbarian god has disappeared for several 100,000 years. There are no traces of him or any legends about him. How could you possibly hear his summon?" The middle-aged man was certain. "I didn't hear wrongly. Lord Barbarian God is indeed trying to tell me something. This is his order. I must find the reason for Lord Barbarian God's disappearance. This is the only way to save the barbarian race." These words made the black-robed old man fall silent. He only shook his head without saying anything, but there was a faint light in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something, causing his brows to furrow. Even the medicinal herbs in front of him were crushed because he didn't control his strength properly. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man noticed the black-robed old man's expression and was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw such a gloomy and ugly expression on the old man's face. This appearance of the patriarch made him feel strange and inconceivable. "Looks like there's a variable. Who interfered with my plan?" However, the patriarch did not answer his question, only muttering under his breath. A cold glint flickered in his cloudy eyes. The chess piece he had placed in the barbarian god sect was silently destroyed, its life force vanishing, and its connection to him was severed. The middle-aged man was shocked, but in the next moment, the patriarch shook his robe and turned into black mist, disappearing from sight. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just seen. In his impression, the patriarch's cultivation had dropped due to an injury in his youth. Now his vitality had long withered, no different from an ordinary person. But just now, the patriarch had disappeared right in front of him. Even he couldn't do such a thing. At this moment, the barbarian god sect was filled with a sea of blood. Baleful chi soared to the sky from every mountain peak, stretching endlessly. Aman leisurely walked forward step by step, washing the mountain peaks with blood. There was a faint redness in her eyes, and her youthful face was now cold and indifferent, looking at all the cultivators in front of her as ants. A faint blood-red light shone between her brows, shrouding her flawless face in a layer of blood-red brilliance. "Who exactly are you?" It's impossible for her to have this kind of power. One of the barbarian god sect elders stared fearfully at Gu Changa, who was following behind Aman at a leisurely pace. He could see that Aman's change was due to Gu Changa behind her. This incomparably mysterious young man. Just his gaze was enough to freeze his blood and extinguish the fire in his soul. Is the real Lord about to show himself? Gu Changa merely smiled faintly, ignoring these elders. Inside the barbarian god sect's great hall, a middle-aged man had died tragically, his eyes wide open, filled with fear and despair. As the strongest person in the barbarian god sect, his cultivation was close to breaking through to the 8th level. In this world, he was a famous peerless expert. However, his forehead was pierced through by a sword finger, penetrating his body from the front to the back, destroying his soul in an instant. Sect chief, many of the elders and disciples stared at the middle-aged man's corpse in agony and fear. With just a casual finger, their barbarian god sect's strongest person lost his life. This kind of terrifying means was something they didn't dare to imagine. Why is there such a terrifying existence behind Aman? Song Chinger was filled with despair, her body trembling from head to toe. Gu Changa's gaze swept over the people in front of him, finally landing on Aman. Just this level, too. 0 is far from enough. To become a true devil, she needs an opportunity. He shook his head. She needs to sever the karma of the past with her own hands. Although the matter at the barbarian god sect had allowed Aman to awaken the devil in her heart ahead of time, it was still not enough to be valued by him. At least in terms of mental state, in Gu Changa's opinion, Aman was still far from reaching that level. He wanted to nurture Aman into a suitable successor, to seize the upper world's providence in the upcoming turbulent times. Then, Aman would have to give up many things that Gu Changa considered as weaknesses and flaws, an anomaly that is hard to find in 10,000 years. Then why is this anomaly called an anomaly? You should let me take a look. Gu Changa said softly. Aman stood in front of the barbarian god sect's great hall, a bloody mist hovering around her. Her originally clean robes were dyed red by the mist. Her eyes were closed, as if she was waiting for something. There seemed to be an invisible vortex around her, sucking in all the energy, drifting in the air into her body. Inside her surging devil heart, devil shadows filled the sky, as if they were interweaving into some kind of vague ancient figure, sitting cross-legged there. At this moment, she was as cold as a piece of ice that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Whoa! Right at this time, heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying fluctuation filled the air. A powerful aura descended, as if it wanted to split heaven and earth apart. Black mist filled the air, rapidly condensing into a figure. It was none other than the black-robed old man who had rushed over from the barbarian tribe. He was the grandpa that Aman mentioned. "You've finally shown yourself." At this moment, Aman suddenly opened her eyes. There seemed to be an everlasting chill flowing in her eyes. Chapter 851. The black-robed old man seemed to be shrouded in a thick black fog, standing tall in the air. His hunched back made him look exceptionally old. "Aman, why did you become like this? Who caused all this?" He stared at the frosty young girl in front of him, seemingly in disbelief. He couldn't help probing. However, Aman's expression did not change at all because of his words. "At this time, you still want to hide it from me?" Her gaze was frosty. "Hide what from you?" "Looks like you've grown up, no longer the little girl who would circle around Grandpa." The black-robed old man couldn't help muttering to himself in disbelief at Aman's words. "Do you think there's any use in saying these things now that things have come to this?" Aman's eyes grew colder, without a trace of warmth. Hearing this, the black-robed old man was stunned, staring straight at Aman. It was as if he wanted to confirm that these words came out from her mouth and not someone else. Hee! Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, unbridled and unrestrained. His face under the hood was like a withered tree trunk, his eyes sunken deep into his sockets. The gentleness that Aman was familiar with was gone, replaced by indifference. "I'm very curious, how did you do all this?" The black-robed old man stared at the hell-like scene in front of him, his expression indifferent as he looked at Aman. If it wasn't for the fact that he sensed something wrong with the chess piece he placed in the barbarian god sect and lost contact with him, he wouldn't have rushed over here. It was even more impossible for him to witness all this with his own eyes. In his opinion, this young girl who had always followed the rules and grew up according to her destiny would never discover the truth one day. Not to mention a bloodbath like today, where no one could resist. The entire barbarian god sect was bathed in blood. This was an inconceivable matter. Aman's body was shrouded in a crimson light, resembling a delicate flower bathed in a rain of blood. Her porcelain-like face was stained with blood, but her expression was cold as she said, "I'm more curious why you've been lying to me all this time." "My good grandpa." "Lying to you all this time? I don't dare to believe your words, What am I lying to you about? Or are you saying that your memories of the past 10 years are all fake? If you had been obedient and followed the path of growth that you should have experienced, then I would still be your grandfather. However, you shouldn't have known about this beforehand." Hearing this, the black-robed old man suddenly cracked a smile. But in Aman's eyes, this smile was extremely mocking. "He's still my grandfather? Is this the answer you want to give me?" A ripple appeared in Aman's eyes. "Grandpa. However, since you call me Grandpa, I can tell you that no matter what the reason is, you know the truth in advance. But it's impossible for you to escape. You have to experience this fate. This is a fate you cannot escape." The black-robed old man said coldly. The smile on his face was incomparably cold. "Destiny." Aman heard this word again, but her expression was still cold and didn't change much because of it. "Deceiving me and making me fall into the devil's path. Is this your so-called destiny? You even know about falling into the devil's path. It seems you have recovered your past memories." The black-robed old man's smile became even more mocking. Past memories? Aman's heart shook. She didn't think she would hear such an inconceivable thing again. In other words, she had other memories before this, or even older. At this moment, she only felt a splitting headache. It was as if the world in front of her was shattering. Many chaotic memories appeared and overlapped. The false and the real were constantly overlapping and reforming. Amman didn't even know what was real to her and what was just a dream. Haha, it seems you still don't know. Indeed, how could you so easily remember those things? The black-robed old man sneered, his eyes filled with pity. He walked down step by step from the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down like an ocean. He wanted to attack Amon and turn the situation back to its original path. However, the confusion in Amon's eyes only appeared for a moment before disappearing in the next instant. Her eyes were cold as a faint light appeared in her palm. Boundless energy rushed out from her palm like exploding stars, attacking the black-robed old man in front of her. This was the power Gu Changa had bestowed upon her, allowing her to possess this kind of boundless strength in this world. Even the strongest barbarian god sect elder had lost miserably in her hands just now. This power doesn't belong to you. Behind you, who is helping you? The black-robed old man's expression changed, no longer looking down on Amon. His cold gaze swept over the surroundings, trying to find some clues. Even if Amon had recovered her memories, it was impossible for her to possess this kind of power in such a short time. In other words, there was a peerless expert hiding by her side. That peerless expert not only helped her understand some of the truth, but also bestowed her with this kind of terrifying power. To the black-robed old man, this kind of action was no different from ruining his plans. Naturally, he wanted nothing more than to drag this person out and deal with him. So, you can't see Senior's existence. Amon vaguely guessed the truth from the black-robed old man's expression. After all, at this moment, Gu Changa was standing in the void behind her, not too far away. But her grandfather seemed to have gone blind since arriving here, unable to see Gu Changa at all. Thinking of this, Amon's heart calmed down. Senior's strength and origin could only be described as unfathomable and unfathomable. Although Amon didn't know what kind of scheme was waiting for her, thinking that Senior was right beside her, she calmed down. Her mood became incomparably stable. Kill! Amon spat out these words from her delicate lips. She was like an Azura bathed in a rain of blood as she charged at the black-robed old man. Reckless fool, you really think you can jump out of the river you belong to with the help of an expert? You won't be able to do it. You don't know what's waiting for you. The black-robed old man sneered. He raised his palm, covering the sky as he slammed it down on Amon. At this moment, his aura had already surpassed this world's so-called 9th-level cultivators. But there were no cultivators here who could witness this. The barbarian god sect, as the place where the two were fighting, couldn't withstand this kind of destruction. Heaven and earth trembled. Some laws crumbled from the impact, while some talisman symbols were obliterated. The shock waves from the battle could destroy heaven and earth. Large stretches of mountain ranges were reduced to ashes. Heaven and earth changed color. Divine light surged like a tide, and phenomena spread out over 10,000 li. For ordinary cultivators, this was a rare phenomenon that they hadn't seen in hundreds of thousands of years. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Even the black-robed old man couldn't help feeling apprehensive toward the end, finding it hard to believe. His strength had already surpassed this world's 9th-level cultivators. But facing the current Amon, it was extremely difficult for him to take her down. Who is that person behind you? The black-robed old man roared, his eyes dark. A door appeared behind him, exuding an ancient aura. Inside the door was the barbarian tribe Amon was in. You really deserve to die. Amon immediately understood his actions and had no choice but to stop attacking. Her gaze was bone-chilling. In her heart, she wanted nothing more than to crush this old man she respected the most, someone she viewed as her own grandfather. Being too worried and indecisive isn't a good thing. This isn't your strength. You can't protect your family behind you. The black-robed old man sneered, feeling somewhat smug. For better or worse, He could be considered Amon's grandfather, so he understood her temperament very well. He knew that she valued relationships and wouldn't abandon the tribe behind her. "Tell me the source of your strength." The smile on his face faded, replaced by a cold and detached expression. "You really want to know?" Hearing this, a trace of mockery appeared on Amon's face. "What do you mean by that?" The black-robed old man was stunned, noticing Amon's mockery. This made his heart sink as a bad premonition rose in his heart. "Senior, he's always been here. Could it be that you can't see him?" Amon looked at him with mockery. The black-robed old man's heart shook. He discerned that Amon wasn't trying to fool him. Could it be that there's really a terrifying existence hidden in the shadows that I can't see clearly? Looks like you insist on interfering in this matter. Are you determined to be my enemy? His gaze turned cold as he swept his gaze across the empty space before him. Although he couldn't see Gu Changa, he faintly sensed that there were some strange changes in this world. "I'm just helping this pitiful little fellow in passing, but going against you? You're not worthy." An indifferent voice came from the void, and then Gu Changa's figure appeared once more. His white clothes were purer than snow, and he seemed like an immortal that had descended to the world. "Who are you?" The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly horrified in his heart. He didn't sense how Gu Changa appeared. He stood there as if he didn't exist. He seemed to have merged with the heavens and the earth. Yet he was actually suppressing the heavens and the earth. "You're not worthy to know who I am." Gu Changa spoke indifferently as he glanced casually at the old man. The old man instantly seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled, and he was directly unable to move. His soul and blood seemed to have been frozen, and his limbs went cold. "Senior." Aman did not expect that Gu Changa's mere appearance would cause the black-robed old man to be so terrified that he did not dare to move. I've disappointed Senior. Even if I obtained such formidable strength, I wasn't able to deal with this matter myself." Her expression was slightly sad and guilty. She could sense that with her current strength, she was able to defeat the old man and even kill him. However, she was restrained at every turn. She was only able to exert 60% to 70% of her strength, and she was even threatened by the old man and had no choice but to stop. Gu Changa shook his head and didn't blame her. "You've already done pretty well. Even if you know that your former loved ones have deceived and schemed against you, how many people are capable of killing them? This is human nature. Although you are destined to be a demon, a true demon doesn't necessarily have to destroy your human nature." Aman was stunned. She knew that Gu Changa's words were actually comforting her. Before this, Senior wasn't so gentle to her. On the contrary, he was very cold and strict. She knew that this should be because Gu Changa didn't want to scold her in front of her grandfather, leaving her some face. 5'23". Who exactly are you? Why did you come to this world and interfere? Amon's grandfather was greatly shocked. He felt that he couldn't move at all, as if the space in front of him had locked him in a quagmire. However, one thing he was certain of was that Gu Changa wasn't someone from this world. "I told you, you don't have the right to know." Gu Changa glanced at him. According to the cultivation realms of the upper realm, Amon's grandfather wasn't even at the Saint realm. However, in this desolate lower realm, they were considered to be at the pinnacle of existence, far surpassing the so-called ninth-level cultivators by far, far. If it wasn't for Amon, this anomaly, Gu Changa wouldn't even look at this world. After all, he could destroy billions of worlds like this with a flick of his finger. "You can ask him the truth you want to know," Gu Changa said to Amon. At this point, he didn't intend to waste any more time. Amon hadn't grown to the point where he was satisfied with her. However, as long as she was polished, an unpolished jade would eventually shine and illuminate the heavens. "If you want to know the truth," there was some struggle and hesitation on Amon's face. Originally, she really wanted to know this, But at this moment she hesitated and didn't dare to be as decisive as before. "What's wrong? You don't dare to accept it, or you don't want to know." Gu Changa looked at her. "I don't know. I feel like my mind is in a mess, like there are many things I didn't know before." Amon shook her head, a confused expression in her eyes. "Whether you want to know or not, this is your choice. I won't force you." Gu Changa said. After a moment of silence, Amon's expression gradually returned to normal. "I think I've been living in a lie all this time, not only now, but also in the distant past." Her voice was a little low. Gu Changa reached out and placed his hand on her head. He said calmly, "Since you chose to accept it, then you must have the courage to accept it. Whether it's an illusion or a dream, there will be a moment when you have to wake up." Amon nodded, and her eyes became determined again. She raised her head and looked at the frightened and uneasy elder who couldn't move. "Amon, even if you kill me, it's useless." "I'm just following orders." Seeing the killing intent in Amon's eyes, he was incomparably uneasy and tried to struggle. However, he quickly fell into despair because he couldn't struggle at all. His soul was firmly imprisoned. He was like a little insect pressed to the ground by a terrifying force. "Pooh!" In the next moment, Amon didn't let him finish speaking. She directly stabbed the short sword in her hand into his heart. Chapter 852. Blood splattered everywhere as the short sword pierced through. The black-robed elder's face was filled with disbelief and despair. He never thought that a man would really kill him with her own hands. Moreover, she did it so decisively. "Looks like you've really changed. You're no longer the young girl from before." However, at this moment, there was a hint of relief at the corner of his mouth as he softly muttered. A man was expressionless. She didn't feel any emotion because of his words. She silently circulated the cultivation method that Gu Changa passed to her and tried to control the black-robed elder's soul. Then she began to devour it. Waves of demonic chi circulated and drifted in the air like a great fog. Very soon, the barbarian beast sect was shrouded in ruins. Is this his memory? A man saw the mark contained in the soul. It was very ancient, and there were strange words condensing. Gu Changa glanced at it and said, "This is a slave mark. He's just a servant under someone else." A servant? A man was stunned and lowered her eyes. It was as if this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Didn't that mean that her grandfather was only doing this because he was following orders? However, Gu Changa didn't explain much to her. He flicked his finger, and a hazy light fell on the slave mark. Then the slave mark began to collapse. A man also saw that her grandfather's soul began to become transparent, as if it was about to dissipate. Therefore, she didn't delay and circulated the nameless cultivation method that Gu Changa passed to her and began to devour the memories of the soul. There were many things that she wanted to know, including her origin, her real parents, and why she was here. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know if she would have another chance to find out the truth. Wow! The soul was transparent and sparkling. Without the restriction of the slave mark, it began to dissipate. However, as man continued to absorb it, she finally saw the scene inside. In that instant, she was stunned. She stood in place, filled with disbelief. Loud sounds of worship could be heard. There were figures in all directions. It was an ancient altar. Many figures wearing worship robes were praying around it. Many barbarian tribe ancestors were kneeling everywhere, praying to the heavens for something. At the center of the altar, a black-haired girl sat cross-legged. Her expression was cold, and there was no emotion on her fair and flawless face. Her entire body emitted an ancient and powerful aura. A man recognized the black-haired young woman who was sitting cross-legged. Her appearance was exactly the same as her, and there was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the black-haired girl. Her expression was very cold, like an iceberg that would never melt. "Saintess, are those barbarian tribe ancestors calling for me?" A man felt her vision blur. In the next moment, she found herself sitting cross-legged on the altar, becoming that black-haired girl. Moreover, she heard the barbarian tribe's ancestors calling her respectfully. Such a title was very ancient. It must be known that there was no saintess in the barbarian tribes today. It could be seen that the berserker tribe she was in was very ancient and powerful. Any one of the berserker tribe ancestors who were kneeling around her was stronger than a cultivator in the 9th realm. How are the preparations? A man heard her own voice, but she did not open her mouth. It was the black-haired girl on the altar who asked coldly. At this moment, she was like an outsider looking at her past self. So, this was actually what Grandpa revealed before he died. Her past memories? Who was she in the past? A man did not understand. She only felt a pain in the center of her brows. Many memories kept appearing in her mind. Saintess, everything is ready. All kinds of sacrificial offerings have been prepared. We only need to wait for the barbarian god's arrival. This time, our 10,000 barbarian tribe will definitely receive the barbarian god's blessing and become the strongest tribe on the barbarian god continent. Many of the priests answered enthusiastically. The 9th barbarian god, the black-haired girl, listened to the priest's report. Her gaze was still cold, and she seemed to be mumbling softly. So they were offering sacrifices to the barbarian god and asking for his blessing? And if it was the 9th barbarian god, then wouldn't it be tens of millions of years ago? At that time, the barbarian tribe was the strongest force in this world. The cultivator sects and orthodoxies could only rely on them. It was impossible for them to casually slaughter the barbarian tribe like today. A man was puzzled, but she did not know why, but she could feel the killing intent hidden in the black-haired girl. Boom! The entire barbarian tribe was bustling with noise and excitement. They sang and danced, offered all kinds of food, and knelt under the altar to pray for the barbarian god's arrival. Finally, there was a change in the world. Light and shadow overlapped, and a magnificent figure appeared in the sky. It was vague and tall like an ancient god. All the barbarian tribe members were shouting madly. They were extremely fanatical and knelt under the figure. But at this moment, the black-haired girl suddenly jumped up from the altar. Her gaze was cold and black light burst out. It was like a black sun burning towards the magnificent figure of the god. Everyone in the tribe was shocked and did not know what to do. They did not understand why the noble saintess would suddenly attack the barbarian god. "You don't deserve to be the god of the barbarian tribe," the black-haired girl said coldly. She wanted to kill the god. Even a man was shocked by her actions and did not understand why. As the saintess of the barbarian tribe, she wanted to kill the barbarian god? Blasphemous tribesman, you deserve to die. The god in the void only looked down coldly. He slapped down with his hand, wanting to kill this blasphemous black-haired girl. But a man did not see what happened next. She only felt a piercing pain between her eyebrows. It was like something was torn apart and then taken away from her mind. "That's the memory I lost." A painful expression appeared on a man's face. In a daze, she saw a figure appear beside her. It was the grandpa she had just killed. Did he already exist in that era? Did he live until now? A man did not know this. She only felt a piercing pain between her eyebrows. The part of the memory that was taken away was returned. "It hurts." She suddenly knew a lot of things. The part of the memory that disappeared was taken away by her grandpa. Every time she died, the memory of her previous life would be erased. It was like going through a real reincarnation. 9 lives of reincarnation. In the end, 9 lives were a lie. Guchanga was watching her from the side. He had a strange expression on his face, but he did not disturb her. Chapter 853. At this moment, a man seemed to be immersed in her memories. She reached out and grabbed her forehead. Her expression alternated between pain, struggle, and calmness. It was as if there was a terrifying undercurrent hidden in the depths of the vast sea. She was absorbing the memories of the past. They were like a huge flood that suddenly rushed into her mind. This required a process of acceptance and sorting out. Guchanga did not disturb her and let her sort out this part of her memories. This situation did not last for long. Very quickly, a man opened his eyes. There was not the slightest trace of childishness on his face that was still slightly young before. "Senior!" She turned her head to look at Guchanga and called out softly, "Do you understand now?" Guchanga asked her. A man nodded, then shook her head and answered, "I only sorted out some of my memories. There are still many things I don't understand." According to the memories she had obtained, her true identity was actually the daughter of the first barbarian god. But for some unknown reason, the first barbarian god had suddenly angered the ancient god and was killed by him. Moreover, to prevent the first barbarian god from reviving, the god had cut his body into 6 pieces and buried them at the ends of the 4 poles of the world. The later barbarian gods had actually obtained the broken body of the first barbarian god for various reasons and obtained great power from it. And the grandfather who had raised her was actually her father's servant. But why did he want to raise her? In each life, he used various methods to observe her growth. Did he want to ensure that she grew up according to a certain path? A man did not know the answer to these questions. Even her grandfather did not know the reason for doing this. He was only following the instructions left in his mind. Perhaps all of this was the orders of that god. The god is high up in the sky, looking down on all of this from a distant world. Not only did he kill my father, he also made me suffer the pain of reincarnation and wanted me to turn into a demon. He must have done this to take revenge on my father. A man's expression gradually became firm. In her mind, she had already guessed all kinds of possibilities. In every life, when she wanted to remember the past, her grandfather would appear to correct the confusion and erase that part of her memory, ensuring that she would grow up according to the predetermined path. But in every life, there would always be all kinds of accidents, just like the scene she just saw. At that time, she was the sacred lady of the Berserker tribe. However, she found out that the reason why the previous god of Berserkers had disappeared was because he had been devoured by the 9th god of Berserkers. In the eyes of all the barbarians, the god who protected them was far from being as great as they thought. In fact, they were despicable villains who used various methods to steal the godhood. That was why she attacked the 9th god of Berserkers during the great ceremony of worshipping at that time. She wanted to kill him so that the Berserkers could see the true face of the fake god. The reason why the Berserkers on the ground are declining is because the real god of Berserkers has long since disappeared. Or rather, the later gods of Berserkers were eaten by the previous gods of Berserkers as food. A man spoke softly in her heart as she thought of this sad and cruel fact. She suddenly understood why all the people who had stepped on the path to find the god of Berserkers had disappeared without a trace. Why 4 years later, her foster father in this life had also been killed. Grandfather knew all of this a long time ago, so in order to hide the truth and prevent me from remembering the past, that's why he killed my foster father. Man quickly sorted out the cause and effect of these things. Her beautiful crystal eyes regained their calmness. After she absorbed the part of the memory that her grandfather had taken away, some kind of shackle in her body seemed to have suddenly been broken. It was an ancient mark that contained her previous Tao and cultivation. An endless stream of power surged out from her lungs. Bones, heart, every corner of her body. It was vast and boundless. God of heaven, my real father? Guchanga watched all of this quietly and did not say anything to disturb a man. But when a man muttered to herself and described the ancient memory, a strange expression appeared on his face. The truth that a man thought was correct was far crueler than she thought. However, he did not intend to tell her just like that. Without truly experiencing that kind of cruelty, it was impossible for her to truly transform. In Guchanga's opinion, the current A-man was still very pure. There was still some naivety and innocence that belonged to a young girl in her eyes. This was still very far from the white-haired which he saw when he looked into the long river of fate, who could dominate the heavens and startle the ancient giant at the other end of the long river of time. The true path of seeking the devil had only just begun. "Senior!" Then, Man recovered and looked at Guchanga. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. "What do you plan to do next?" Guchanga only shook his head and asked with a faint smile on his handsome face, "I want to take revenge. I want to kill the god of heaven and take revenge for 9 lifetimes. I want to take revenge for my father's death." Man raised her resolute eyes that flickered with hope. "N." Guchanga nodded, carefully assessing Man, saying, "Even without my help, you have strength comparable to this world's 9th realm cultivators. If you want to take revenge, there is a possibility." 9th realm cultivation. Man indeed felt the unimaginable power in her body, enough to sweep away all the experts in this world. Even the other forces on the same level as the barbarian god sect were no match for her. Some of this power came from the mark on her body, but most of it came from the nameless cultivation technique Guchanga taught her and the barbarian god sect's elders she had devoured. In a man's opinion, this nameless cultivation technique was her greatest hope and opportunity for revenge in the future. The mysteries contained within were indescribable with words. "Senior, are you leaving?" But a man couldn't bring herself to be happy, even though she knew the so-called truth and had hope of becoming stronger and taking revenge. Because from Guchanga's words, she had already sensed his intention to leave. To her, Guchanga was not just a simple senior. Instead, it was like a ray of light breaking through the dark clouds. If there was no Guchanga, she would still be a pitiful person living in a lie and a mirror. If she had to rely on herself to understand the truth, who knew how long it would take? Moreover, she did not have the courage to face the cruel reality of the future. "Mia!" Guchanga suddenly smiled. A man stared blankly at him. This was the first time she had seen Senior reveal such a smile, like a clear lake or drifting white clouds, giving people endless warmth. Moreover, his smile was so beautiful. She fell into a daze. The unspeakable dream she had last night appeared in her mind, causing her face to blush. A teenager was the age when love first bloomed. A man didn't know if she was like this now, but she knew she didn't want to be separated from Senior like this. Although they had known each other for less than a month. "It's a small world. Why are you so sad?" Guchanga reached out, patting her head, his voice gentle. "Senior, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me?" A man's eyes drooped like a young girl at a loss. She didn't know where to put her hands under her sleeves. She didn't know Guchanga's name, didn't know his origins, didn't know why he wanted to help her, and didn't know what the deal he spoke of was. There were too many things. Guchanga was like a fog that suddenly appeared in this world, in front of her. "Name?" Guchanga smiled, his eyes landing on her face. "You can call me Demon Master." Demon Master. A man firmly remembered these 2 words in her heart. Chapter 854. Guchanga did not choose to leave immediately. A few days later, he had Man return to her tribe to reunite with her adoptive father and the others. He did not appear in public, merely observing everything from the shadows. Man personally told her adoptive father and the others about the barbarian tribe and the barbarian god tribe. How these matters were dealt with wasn't something Guchanga cared about. On the other hand, the destruction of the barbarian god sect in a single day, turning the surroundings into ruins, caused a great commotion in this world. Many forces went to investigate, but Guchanga had already taken action, erasing all traces for Man. Man wasn't worried that the other experts of this world would find their tracks, and so on. Of course, with her current strength, she didn't need to be afraid of the other forces in this world. The night was peaceful, the moonlight like water flowing through the tribe. Guchanga stood on a mountain peak in the distance, the full moon hanging behind him, clear and cold. He was clad in a spotless white robe, quietly watching the bright bonfires below, the many barbarian tribe members singing and dancing, filling the tribe with joy. A cold wind blew, causing his robe to flutter, like an immortal riding the wind under the moon. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guchanga's gaze fell on a man in the distance. This young girl's face was brimming with happiness, drinking wine and eating meat with many of her tribe members, looking carefree. For her, after understanding the so-called truth, she no longer needed to feel as uneasy as before, as if she was in a rush. Now, she could finally relax. Regarding this, Guchanga did not point it out. After all, a man still needed to be tempered, needed to grow. If he were to tell her the truth himself, why would he waste so much time on her? In these few days, Guchanga had taught a man many things. There were cultivation techniques, forbidden heavenly arts, and some secret arts he had created himself. Before leaving, Guchanga reluctantly did his duty. Although he did not let a man call him master, a man had already regarded him as her real master. I look forward to the next time we meet, Wild. After that, Guchanga gently shook his head and did not choose to bid farewell to Wild. He was not a person who cared about these complicated formalities, so there was no need for him to specially bid farewell. In the next moment, his figure was like a bubble, disappearing on the spot. All of his aura, traces, and karma in the world vanished in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared in this world. At this time, Aman, who was drinking wine and eating meat with many of his clansmen, was suddenly stunned. A strange feeling came from the unseen world, and she couldn't help but cover her chest in panic. The smile on Aman's face quickly disappeared, and her face turned pale. Why do I suddenly feel so flustered? At this moment, a feeling of loss surged into her heart, causing Aman to directly stand up. After that, she ignored the shocked and puzzled gazes of her clansmen and started to rush towards the back of the mountain. "Senior!" a man shouted towards the silent mountains under the moonlight. The expression on her little face was incomparably panicked, as if she had suddenly lost something very precious. However, in the empty and quiet mountains, apart from her own shouts echoing, there was no other sound in response. "Why?" a man muttered. She originally thought that Guchanga would accompany her for a long time, at least spend these few days with her before bidding farewell to her as expected. However, he left just like that quietly, without any sound or movement. He didn't even say goodbye, nor did he greet him. This caused a man to feel as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and she directly leaned weakly against an ancient tree. She had originally planned to step onto the path of revenge for her birth father after dealing with the matters of the tribe. Moreover, in order to make Guchanga look at her in a new light, she had even thought of the following plans in her mind. But she did not remember to say those words to Guchanga, nor did she receive a word of praise from him. I haven't had the time to call you master, and I haven't returned your outer robe," a man muttered to herself, and then took out the moon-white outer robe as if it was very precious. She buried her head in it, as if this was the only way she could feel the aura of the senior from it. Her mood was very low, and her originally sparkling and beautiful eyes seemed a little dim. For her, Guchanga was not just a simple senior. Through these days of interaction, she also understood that the senior was not as cold as he was at the beginning, and would gradually, patiently teach her some things. Even if it was some simple and easy-to-understand principles, he would patiently explain to her. And she was also trying to get closer to the senior, deliberately finding fierce beast meat and roasting it in front of him. Although the senior showed some disdain at the beginning, he later accepted her roast meat. In a man's view, this was a sign that the two were getting closer. However, when she was not paying attention, the senior had already left and disappeared, just like when he suddenly descended to this world, silently and without leaving any trace. However, I believe that one day I will definitely be able to see you again. I'll personally call you master. A man was not too immersed in this low mood. She quickly recovered and understood that the road she had to walk next was still very long. Her eyes were burning and incomparably firm. I will find that heavenly God and kill him myself, and then let my name resound in this vast universe. 0. A man respectfully kowtowed a few times to the empty and silent deep forest, then turned and resolutely left. At the same time, in a vast and distant universe, countless planets with life sat there. The river of stars was bright, and many ancient star beasts whose bodies were comparable to the Milky Way were carrying continents as they trekked through this star field. The universe rumbled, and the terrifying momentum was like a monstrous wave that constantly slammed down, causing all the surrounding stars to rustle and tremble, as if they were about to fall from the heavens. There was a grand palace standing on this planet. It was dazzling and resplendent, and divine light shone in all directions. There were 2 extremely ancient words, Aeon Destruction, on the palace, and they sparkled and flowed with dazzling light. A middle-aged man in simple silk robes was handling matters in the palace. He did not look young, and his eyes occasionally revealed the vicissitudes of life. Patriarch, a token in the hall of life has shattered. At this moment, a report came from outside the palace, causing the middle-aged man to pause for a moment. Then he asked calmly, "Who could be so fast? Which of my sons does that token belong to?" "Patriarch, that token belongs to the trial taker by Miss a man's side." The voice outside the palace replied, respectfully, "A man?" When he heard this, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he completely stopped what he was doing. Then his smile turned cold. "Very good. As long as she can pass the final level of the trial, what's wrong with letting her take over Aeon Destruction Manor in the future? In time, it is not impossible for her to become the Tao child of Yin Yang world." Chapter 855. Among the vast true worlds, true Yin Yang world could be considered as one of the most powerful true worlds, and it was ranked at the top. True immortal existences who had once transcended were born there. Since the start of countless eras, many true worlds had declined and were destroyed during the calamity. They were drowned by the long river of time and turned into broken, ancient worlds that no longer existed. Many true worlds had their legacies cut off and were buried in the ancient eras. No one could hear about them in the current era, and not a single trace of them was left behind. Lightning would dry up, and time would decay, but there were still true worlds and legacies that had never declined or been cut off in this world. As a true world that could definitely be considered ancient and immortal among the vast true worlds, true Yin Yang world had a great reputation in the boundless vast expanse. Even the strongest existences who were strong enough to travel through the vast expanse would feel deep respect for true Yin Yang world when they heard of it and would not dare to offend it. Eternal Destruction Manor was one of the extremely powerful legacies in true Yin Yang world. There were also World Life Hall, Rebirth Cave, Intentionless Mountain, and so on. In fact, they could be traced back to the beginning of the true world's evolution. There might even be the most ancient existences among the legacies of these factions that were hibernating and using all sorts of methods to avoid celestial decay. From 5th decay to 9th decay, and even further back, it was very intimidating and it was difficult to guess its foundation. Miss Amman went through 9 lifetimes before she passed this level of the trial. Among all your descendants, your speed isn't considered fast. The other young masters and young ladies were already making plans for their future generations in their previous lifetimes. Only Miss Amman passed through 9 lifetimes. In terms of talent, she can only be considered to be below average. I suspect that luck played a large role in her being able to pass the trial so quickly in this life. Or rather, she obtained some sort of serendipity. The old servant at the entrance of the hall answered and told him all these things to voice his doubts. There is indeed such a possibility. When the middle-aged man heard this, he nodded slightly, but his expression was still cold. But it doesn't matter if it's luck or serendipity, she obtained it herself. This is also part of her strength. As long as she can pass the final level of the trial, what's wrong with letting her take over Eternal Destruction Manor in the future? When the old man heard the domineering and unquestionable tone in the middle-aged man's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Actually, this was not what he was worried about. Even if young Miss Man is able to pass the final level of the test, it isn't realistic for her to become the successor of Eternal Destruction Manor. There was basically no possibility of that happening. One had to know that there were simply too many people eyeing this position. As for the rest of the young ladies and young masters, which one of them didn't have a huge amount of resources and family backing them up, but Miss Man was alone and didn't even know who her birth mother was. This was a huge secret that no one dared to ask about. When the Chu Heavenly Clan's family head had brought her back, he had only said that she was his illegitimate daughter who had wandered outside. He had not informed anyone of her birth mother. It could be said that Miss Man didn't stand a chance in this cruel competition to become the successor of Eternal Destruction Manor. The calamity is about to descend again. I can sense that the other true worlds are all itching to take action. True Een Death World will definitely not let go of the chance to become the only true world. The middle-aged man did not care about the worry in the old servant's heart. His gaze was as profound as the vast galaxy, but he was mumbling about something else. Once the calamity descended, it would not only sweep through the vast expanse of heavens. Even the endless expanse of vast expanse would not be spared. Many of the powerful warriors hiding there would be wiped out. Even the powerful and ancient true Yin-Yang world could not underestimate the calamity this time, because no one knew which race from the origin world would be in charge of this calamity. If they ran into the legendary Divergent, they might even be wiped out, leading to the revival of some of the most terrifying existences in the origin world. This was a terrifying nightmare that every true world would find difficult to face. At that moment, in the true mountain and sea world, the world of origin, which was also the higher world, Gu Changa appeared in the depths of divine nation. He might have stayed in a man's small world for quite some time, but to the higher world, only a few hours had passed. The two worlds were on different levels, so the flow of time was naturally different. Looks like I don't need to worry about divine nation anymore. With Minkong, Chu Chu, and Een Mei managing it, there's no need to worry. Gu Changa's divine sense enveloped the entire place, and he could hear the sounds of worship, scriptures, prayers, and other things coming from all directions. Some of the power of faith gathered like a vast sea of smoke, allowing him to see the various scenes in the world more clearly. Temples and halls were built everywhere, and his statue was enshrined in them. The incense burned brightly and seemed to flow endlessly. Also, due to divine nation's existence, order was restored in the higher world. The various orthodoxies could no longer do as they pleased and had to abide by many of divine nation's rules like before. Some races in the distant and remote universe even had to pay tribute on time and obey orders. The existence of the immortal investiture role lit the flames of hope for many cultivators who had lost hope in their lives. In a way, it also helped to stabilize divine nation. Gu Changa planned to completely connect with the immortal region before considering whether to announce the immortal passage. Now, both the immortal investiture role and the immortal passage were in his hands. However, this was only beneficial to the development of the higher world. When the immortal region truly connected with this world, the two worlds would collide and merge, and the high-end battle power of this world would naturally increase. At that time, the existence of the immortal path would definitely not be as rare as it was now. This was also inevitable. The situation in the higher world was stable and peaceful for the time being. If there were no accidents, this situation would last for millions of years, or even longer. However, there were still more problems in the immortal region, the foreign world, and the other true worlds. Gu Changa felt that there was still a need to find Gu Chingi. After all, she was the true spirit of the mountain and sea world, and she had once built the immortal palace. Her existence would allow Scandinavia to be legitimate. Before that, Gu Changa planned to deal with another matter first. The Shrine of Destiny 3, for it was located in the east of Divine Nation, near the vast sea of stars. Many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was very blurry and hazy, and it was covered in a cold color for many years. No light shone on it. At the center of this place was a large hall called the Shrine of Ancestral Worship. It was grand and solemn, exuding a grand and ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged in the hall. She was wearing the white robe of the officiator. This place was very cold. There was no one, not even a maid. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Of course, she was also the master of this place. The current high priestess of Divine Nation was also known as Lady Ruoyin. Gu Changa's figure appeared outside the Destiny Shrine, and then she walked in. Chapter 856. Xiao Ruoyin was currently comprehending the Tao of Fate. A layer of hazy radiance coiled around her body, making her look like a flawless moon goddess. She was cold and moving, and there was a sparkling luster flowing on her skin. She obviously didn't expect that Gu Changa would come at this time. She was shocked and hurriedly got up to greet him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." No need to be so polite. Gu Changa looked natural. He waved his hand. He looked around and asked, "Are you the only one in the Fane of Fate now?" However, the interior of the large hall was extremely cold, and there was no sign of life. When he came from afar, he took a few more glances. He didn't expect that there wasn't even a maid here. Furthermore, throughout the year it was in a kind of cold color, bleak and cold. "Your Majesty, I alone am enough in the Fane of Fate," Xiao Ruoyin replied. Her cold face showed that she didn't care much about this. She was used to being cold. When she was in the Celestial Palace, she was the only one in the Fane of Fate. Only when number 10 presided over the great ceremony would it be lively. Although a person doesn't make a lot of noise, there is always a lack of vitality. Gu Changa smiled in front of her. He said, "If you have time, you can talk to Minkong and the others more often. You can talk about the Fane of Fate or other things. It's better than you guarding this place alone." No matter what, Xiao Ruoyin was his woman. When they were together before, there were many schemes between them, but that was all in the past. Now it was impossible for Gu Changa to still care about those things or deliberately alienate Xiao Ruoyin because there was no need for that. "I understand." Xiao Ruoyin's beautiful eyes focused on Gu Changa's face. Then she lowered her eyes and said, "But if Your Majesty has time, I still hope that Your Majesty can come here more often." Gu Changa did not expect her to make such a request. If it was the former high priest of destiny of the Immortal Palace, he definitely wouldn't have said such a thing. However, the current Xiao Ruoyin was no longer the Xiao Ruoyin of the past. He didn't reject the offer. "Your Majesty, you must be here because of the creation Immortal Boat. A few hours ago, the red-robed she-devil and Tao Yao of the Peach Village borrowed the creation Immortal Boat. I am no match for the two of them. Therefore, after some consideration, I have decided to give them the Immortal Boat of Creation." Xiao Ruoyin spoke. She was extremely intelligent and knew that Gu Changa would definitely not come to visit her. Instead, it was Tao Yao and the red-robed female demon who had an inexplicable relationship with Gu Changa. Gu Changa nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't blame her for anything. "I already know that. They want to use the creation Immortal Boat to travel the long river of time and return to the ancient times to seek some truth." He shook his head slightly. In fact, Xiao Ruoyin had also guessed that this would be the reason. After all, Gu Changa's true identity was the Forbidden Era. He was the demon lord of an even older era, and the red-robed female demon, Chan Hongyi, was his disciple. However, judging from the current situation, there was an inexplicable hatred between the red-robed female demon and Gu Changa. They were at each other's throats. On the wedding day of Gu Changa and Yu Minkong, the red-robed female demon had personally delivered an immortal corpse to Gu Changa and revealed his identity. At that time, it could be said that it had shocked the entire upper world. In the end, even Xiao Ruoyin did not know why Gu Chang'e would destroy the immortal palace and bury that era during the Forbidden Era. Before this, she even felt that the Demon Lord and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace were extremely close. "You should be able to sense the creation, immortal boat, right?" asked Gu Chang'e. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. He indeed needed the coordinates of the long river of time where the creation immortal boat was now to determine the location of Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao. "I can indeed sense the creation immortal boat's existence, but I need some time to prepare," replied Xiao Ruoyin. Gu Chang'e nodded. He could afford to wait. He immediately asked Xiao Ruoyin to begin to determine the coordinates of the long river of time where the creation immortal boat was. The Forbidden Era had already collapsed in the long river of time. It was shrouded in endless fog. There were even some indescribable living beings who treated those who strayed into the long river of time as food and devoured them. It was impossible for Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao to truly return to the Forbidden Era. It was most likely that they had come into contact with some broken fragments of time. Time was the greatest and most mysterious power in the world. Even those who had entered the immortal realm could not fully understand it. With Gu Chang'e's current strength, it was naturally no problem for him to traverse the long river of time. However, if he wanted to change and reverse some things, he would have to pay a huge price. It would be easy for him to reshuffle the heavens. It could even be said that he would attract the attention of some supreme existences and affect his subsequent plans. Ancient sacrificial runes were lit in the divine temple. Xiao Ruoyin's beautiful face was solemn. She communicated with the creation immortal boat in the unseen world, trying to determine its location. She sat cross-legged on the ground. Her moon-white robes fluttered in the absence of wind. Splendor sprinkled down, and large amounts of ancient runes were hidden in the void. A hazy brilliance began to appear in front of her. It was like ripples suddenly appearing on the calm surface of the water. Great Tao runes flew out one after another. The rules of time were condensing. An immortal was faintly discernible. Time node, Gu Chang'e's eyes were deep. Thousands of scenes were evolving in them. Large stars fell, and the universe collapsed. It was terrifying to the extreme. A vast fluctuation came from behind him. A boundless and mysterious long river appeared, letting out splashing sounds. There were fragments of time dancing in it. Chaos Chi was boundless, falling down 633 times. It was as if it fell from the end of the world. It was incomparably vast, and it displayed all the mysteries of the world. This river was incomparably blurry and not very clear. It was just a small branch of the long river of time. However, to him now, it was enough to determine a node in the long river of time. Because of the creation immortal boat, Gu Chang'e did not need to use his physical body to traverse this long river and bear the unimaginable karma backlash. Soon, a mysterious green tablet appeared in his palm. There was a strong sense of time flowing on it. It emitted a hazy light and was incomparably mysterious. The space-time tablet. When the space node is determined, I use it to determine the location so that I won't get lost in the long river of time. Gu Chang'e whispered. Light flowed in his eyes as he stared at the long river of time. He determined the location of some of the nodes and sensed the vast aura coming from those places. This process had to be done carefully. If he determined the wrong node, then the trek would only be a waste of time. Previously, he had used the space-time tablet to set up a trap for the upper realm. Now, the space-time tablet was used by him as a space-time coordinate to determine the end of this trek. I can feel the location of the creation immortal boat. At this time, Xiao Ruoyin opened her eyes. She sensed the karma coming from the unseen world and immediately determined a small node in the long river of time. She could feel that the creation immortal boat was now at that time node. Chapter 8:57. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e did not hesitate. The space-time steel immediately turned into a ray of light and smashed into the river. Then, with a rumbling sound, it suddenly rose up and smashed into the river. The long river in front of him had already collapsed, and a terrifying severed flow appeared. It was difficult to see the other end of the long river. They could only see the boundless river rolling past, and terrifying waves were stirred up one after another. It should be that place. Guchanga was certain. Before the wisp of chi disappeared, he had already used the space-time steel to set the coordinates. Buzz! In the next moment, Guchanga took a step forward and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the long river of time. Boundless fluctuations surged into the heavens before disappearing in the blink of an eye, like a meteor. The terrifying, illusory image of the long river of time slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. In the current upper realm, you can travel the long river of time as you please. Your Majesty's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. When he saw Guchanga disappear, Xiao Ruoyin shook his head gently. There were some complicated emotions in his words. All this time, Guchanga had been doing what she had always done. Nothing had changed. At the beginning of the Taboo Era, he walked the world as the Demon Master, attacked the Origin world as the Heaven Destroyer, and now, as the Divine Master, he unified the upper realms. These were all part of his plan, and the follow-up was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The reorganization of the true mountain and sea world will definitely attract the attention of the other true worlds before the current calamity descends. I have enough time to reach that step with this body. The other two true ancestors of the Origin might not be like me and have already laid out the plan. The Origin world was high and mighty. It was the origin of all the universes and true worlds in the upper realms. As long as the Origin world did not dry up, it would not be affected even if the true worlds were destroyed countless times. As for the three true ancestors of the Origin world, they were the source of everything in the Origin world. They were truly indestructible and stood at a latitude and level that no one in the world dared to imagine. Within the long river of time, blue waves rippled. The water surface was calm, appearing extremely vast. It was currently flowing quietly like a large net, covering every corner of the heavens. This place was ancient and everlasting, with boundless primal chaos mist, as well as a deep bright moon that connected the sky and water, suspended high above the long river. Every wave here represented an epoch. The tides rose and fell, the epochs changed, decay and rebirth, destruction and reincarnation. Guchanga stepped into this long river. His entire body was shrouded in fog, so no one could see his true appearance. His past, future, and present were all shrouded in a boundless fog. In the long river of time, it was even more impossible for him to be tainted by karma because of this. This was a power that belonged to the highest level. It was boundless and difficult to describe. From this end of the great river of time, one could see an expanse of deep and deathly still darkness. There was a terrifying fault there, and the world was in chaos. True lightning hacked down, order shattered, and the great Tao crushed down like a guillotine. Various terrifying auras interweaved, capable of easily causing one's soul to scatter, body and soul to be obliterated. After crossing the dark fault, it was the forbidden epoch on the other end. The coordinates of the space node displayed by the space-time steel were within. Boundless primal chaos interweaved in this universe. This was a space-time that had long been buried in ancient times. Even existences that surpassed the immortal king realm would not be able to find any space node here. This was because all traces and auras here had been erased by heaven and earth. It was like a drop of water entering the sea, and all one could see was seawater. Although it was not enough to drown one to death, it was impossible to find one's direction here. Splash! Huge waves surged into the sky, crashing into the dark sky. The rusty ancient bronze boat was trekking in this long river of darkness. To be precise, this was no longer a simple long river of time, but a boundless black sea. There was no light, and it was shrouded in fog. Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao stood on the ancient bronze boat, trying their best to resist the chaotic aura here, but they also felt extremely tired. From their mind to their magic power, they felt exhausted. Crossing the long river of time and returning to the past was something that defied the heavens. The flow of time was completely different. Although the two of them had the protection of the creation immortal boat, they also felt like they had trekked in this boundless black sea for tens of thousands of years. They could not even feel the passage of time. They truly did not know how many years had passed. Every day was spent in the midst of searching. It was a cycle that never stopped. Perhaps the two of us will really be buried in this dark past, unable to find our direction. Tao Yao said with a smile. Her mood was not very heavy, and the peach blossom ornament on her beautiful face made her look particularly charming. She felt like her body had aged tens of thousands of years, and her entire person seemed to be covered by a layer of light, no longer radiant and moving. This was the horror of exile, tormenting one with the exhaustion of searching and being lost. No matter how strong one's state of mind was, it would be worn down. So what if we are buried? I've already come this far, and I won't give up. Even if I'm trapped here in the end, beyond redemption, and my body and soul are destroyed, I will find the coordinates of that place, Chanhongi said softly. She was also resisting, but it was like a grain of rice falling into the sea, and the resistance was too weak. Around it, there were many broken ancient universes and epic fragments spinning. It was boundless, and it was unknown what era it was. Suddenly, crack! A shocking bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by the most dazzling light. In the distance, the area shrouded in dark fog was in chaos, and there was a dark light penetrating as if it was being torn apart. This place was in chaos, and the sea, which was already surging with waves, had monstrous waves that slammed into the sky, enough to drown everything. In front of this terrifying scene, all living beings were as small as ants. The creation immortal boat kept trembling, as if it could not withstand the sudden chaotic aura, and was about to be overturned by the waves. Why is there a change in the long river of time? Could it be that we were noticed by the existence at the other end of time when we were crossing this sea, and they are making a move to correct the chaos? Are they trying to disturb the aura of this place? Are they going to bury us here for eternity? Tao Yao frowned. Her white clothes were like snow, and with a flick of her long sleeves, she tried to stabilize the aura here. However, her move seemed to have suddenly broken the final piece. This place boiled up, all types of fragments flying, and the waves drowned out, completely overturning the bronze boat. Large expanses of the universe were pierced through by the terrifying black lightning. The long river of time surged, and the power of time flew. This place was like a piece of paper, immediately torn apart. Even Tao Yao could not stand still. Her clothes quickly charred black, struck by the densely packed, terrifying, true lightning, blood coughing out of the corners of her mouth. Perhaps he noticed. Chanhongi said faintly. She looked towards the dark and shattered sea of time. She could see the fragments flying about. There were fragments from ancient eras, and each fragment represented a period of time that was recorded by time. Tao Yao was silent for a moment, and then said, "No matter what the reason is, this is the time to make a choice. I've already come this far, so I won't turn back." Chanhongi was extremely decisive. Her figure moved, one step after another, leaving the creation immortal boat, trekking on Wangyang. True lightning continuously hacked down, and it was like a dark sea of lightning, completely enveloping her. She was searching through the many shattered, epic fragments, wishing to sense a familiar aura from them. "It seems like the two of us can only pray for our own good fortune," Tao Yao said. After Chanhongi, her figure quickly entered the chaotic black Wangyang, and she was quickly drowned out. Chapter 858. I heard that the mountain in front is occupied by a peerless demon. Even the perfected immortals of the immortal palace have to carefully take a detour when they pass by here. But senior brother, this time the blue moon fairy flower that Master asked us to find is said to be in the annihilating demon abyss behind that mountain. If we don't go through that mountain, how are we going to pick the blue moon fairy flower? Dense fog surged. This was an ancient and beautiful bamboo forest. Each stalk of bamboo was as thick as a bowl. They were densely packed and green. When the wind blew, the entire bamboo forest rustled. A group of young cultivators were in a pavilion deep in the bamboo forest, looking at the towering mountain range in the distance. They were wearing the same robes, with the pattern of a divine sword on the cuffs. It was very beautiful and flowed with brilliance. The one who spoke was a handsome man in a Taoist robe with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He carried a Taoist sword on his back and looked like a young sword immortal. Hearing the words of the little junior sister beside him, he opened his eyes and looked straight at the mountain in the distance. We can take a detour and go through the Netherland on the other side, but there is a dirty river in the Netherland that is shrouded in miasma and fog all year round, and there are many big demons. Everyone has to be careful. Otherwise, if you are attacked by the demons there, I may not be able to protect you, he said. But during this time I heard that the demons in the Netherland are much quieter. In the past, at this time, many senior brothers and senior sisters would come here to exterminate the demons and help the surrounding villages and cities. This bamboo forest was very big. Accompanied by the breeze from afar, there was a fragrance that made people feel refreshed. They were all inner sect disciples of the immortal Sword Dao sect and were extremely talented. The young man in the lead was a powerful true disciple. His master was a supreme expert who was expected to enter the ranks of the immortal path in this life. The little junior sister who just asked looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She was beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was white and shone with a charming luster. When she smiled, there were 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. She said with a smile, "Senior brother, then let's take a detour from the netherworld. In any case, I'd rather encounter a great fiendish demon than go through that mountain. I heard that the peerless demon on that mountain has 9 heads, 18 arms, and 3 eyes on each head. Every day it eats a lot of young boys and girls. But for such a heinous and peerless demon, even those ancient great demons are filled with fear when they mention it. I also heard from Master that there was a true immortal in the immortal palace who kowtowed respectfully outside the mountain before daring to pass through here. When she mentioned this topic, the other disciples of the divine Sword Dao sect also became interested and began to talk about the rumors they had heard. That's right. Not only that, I've also heard that even those immortal officials of the immortal palace don't dare to meddle in this place. The Netherworld land is connected to the other end of the Netherworld Sea. It seems to be a vast battlefield that has existed since ancient times. Countless experts have died there. It is because of the existence of this mountain that the Netherworld Sea does not dare to cause trouble. Seeing the group of junior brothers and junior sisters begin to discuss, the young man in the lead revealed a trace of helplessness and shook his head. You guys, don't you know how to restrain yourselves? You're just talking about it so openly. This place is very close to that mountain. Aren't you afraid that the peerless demon will hear you and eat you? Hearing the words of the senior brother, the group of junior brothers and junior sisters reacted. The more timid people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly shut their mouths and did not dare to speak anymore. Sai, I really don't know what to do with you guys. You want to go down the mountain alone to train like this? I reckon that any random demon will not be able to deal with you guys. The young man shook his head and looked at the group helplessly. Then his expression changed slightly and he clasped his fists and bowed to the mountain in front of him. We did not mean to offend you. I hope that Senior will not take offense. We will leave now. Seeing that the senior brother was so serious, the group of junior brothers and junior sisters became even more pale. They were terrified and thought of the rumors. Let's go. The young man laughed in his heart. His original intention was to scare the group of junior brothers and junior sisters so that they would be cautious when they went out. But he did not expect that it would really scare them. Your heart is not sincere and your words are not respectful. Is your apology useful? However, just as the group of young men and women were planning to take a detour and leave this flourishing bamboo forest, a clear and moving sound like pearls falling on a plate came from the front. A girl in red appeared. Her facial features were very delicate. Her eyebrows were like jade, her nose was like jade, and her lips were red without any stains. Although she was not old, it was obvious that she would be a beauty when she grew up. Her entire person was filled with an indescribable and unexplainable sense of valiance. She stood on a bamboo tree with her sword in her arms and looked coldly at the group of young men and women. The young man in the lead was surprised. He obviously did not expect that there would be other cultivators here. He carefully looked at the girl in red, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, his good upbringing made him not reveal it. Instead, he revealed a smile and cupped his hands. I am Songming of the Divine Sword Dao Sect. Greetings, miss. The other young men and women also, curiously, looked at the girl in red, as if they did not expect to meet another cultivator in this place. If it was not for the fact that they needed to pick the jasper moon's celestial flower and had to pass by this place, they would not be willing to set foot here even if they were beaten to death. The girl in red clearly did not have the intention to pay attention to them. After saying these words, she looked coldly at Songming, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied with his words just now. Since it is fate that we meet, what I said just now was indeed unreliable. I hope you don't take offense. Songming knew that the words he used to threaten his junior brothers and junior sisters had been heard by the girl in red. He immediately laughed and said, May I know why you are here? There are gods 3 feet above your head. You have disrespect in your heart. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for this. The girl in red saw that Songming had no intention of apologizing for his words just now and frowned. However, she didn't want to say anything more and turned around and walked towards another direction. The reason she came down the mountain this time was because of her master's instructions to go to the banks of the netherworld to hunt greater demons and temper her sword technique. However, she never expected that she would hear such a group of young cultivators that were still wet behind the ears talking about her master, and this caused her to be dissatisfied in her heart. Thus, she intentionally stopped to listen to what they were saying. She originally thought that this young man called Songming would be slightly afraid, but she never expected that he only used this to threaten the group of junior brothers and junior sisters and did not take this matter to heart. This caused the girl in red, who had always respected her master, to be dissatisfied, and she had the thought of teaching them a lesson, but she restrained herself. Chapter 859. There's always a deity watching over us, but that's just a rumor from the past. Why take it so seriously? Could it be that you've really been to the mountain in front and seen that peerless demon? Songming saw that the girl in red was heading in the same direction as them. He smiled and chased after her with his junior brothers and sisters. However, the girl in red didn't reply. She was still very cold, as if saying those words was already her limit. It seems that you're also heading to the netherworld. We're going the same way. The netherworld is filled with demons and dangers. If you're going alone and encounter any danger, there's nothing we can do. We have many people here, so we can look after each other. Miss, the bamboo forest rustled as fog surged. It was like a fairyland. Every bamboo had purple veins. Some of the bamboos that were more than 1,000,000 years old were even used by some cultivators as good materials for refining flying swords. Cloud, see purple bamboo forest. A soft murmur rang out in the depths of this vast and spacious bamboo forest. Chan Hungi stood in the void with a complicated look in her eyes. She was like an otherworldly person who was witnessing everything with her own eyes. Especially in this familiar bamboo forest, there were many traces of her sword practice in many places. The group of young men and women who were talking about her master were in the bamboo pavilion that she'd built herself. However, she could only look at the past like a passerby. She watched the girl in red leave and watched the young man named Songming chase after her with his junior brothers and sisters. The river of time was chaotic. In the Wangyang that was shrouded in endless darkness and fog. She was like a small boat that had been torn apart. Huge waves surged into the sky, slapping against the dome of heaven. She could be overturned at any moment by that extremely terrifying power. She could be submerged at any moment and buried forever. In such a terrifying situation, even an immortal king would have a high chance of being destroyed in body and soul. Her cultivation hadn't recovered to its peak. In some aspects, she wasn't weaker than an immortal king, but she still hadn't reached that level. At that moment, Chan Hongyi thought she was going to die. Her soul mark was destroyed by the sea of lightning, and her body and soul were destroyed. She truly disappeared from this world. At that time, she did not despair. Instead, her heart was strangely tranquil. She felt a sense of relief and a faint sense of regret. It was not a bad choice to lose his life on the path of searching for the truth. However, Chan Hongyi never expected that while she was quietly waiting for death, the entire chaotic river of time would suddenly calm down. Even the true thunder crashing down from the heavens disappeared. Her body, which had been immersed in the bottom of the sea, was lifted up by an invisible force. It wasn't an invisible force. Instead, it felt like a pair of warm arms. She couldn't help but recall her childhood. This feeling was very familiar. Chan Hongyi originally thought that this was the final radiance of the setting sun before her death. She tried to open her eyes, but all she could see was darkness. She couldn't see anything. "Master, is that you?" She could only murmur softly. However, there was no voice that answered her. When she opened her eyes again and woke up, she was already in this familiar bamboo forest. She returned to the ancient times, to the era she wanted to return to. She felt that it was inconceivable. Chan Hongyi's emotions were incomparably complex. She thought that it was just a dream, a final radiance of the setting sun before her death. However, she was truly being carried out from that deathly still seabed. Everything was real. It wasn't a dream or an illusion. But why did you save me? Why did you send me back to this era? Chan Hongyi quietly stood in the void, softly murmuring, "The master I love the most, and also the one I hate the most." She didn't understand why Gu Changa would do such a thing. The river of time had gone berserk, and everything had returned to chaos. This was clearly because a supreme aura had appeared at the other end of the river of time, causing problems on this end. Therefore, the only possibility was that Gu Changa had also stepped into the river of time and attacked her and Tao Yao from the other end. However, why did he take action and save her later on? "Master, I suddenly realized that I have never truly seen through you." Chan Hongyi's emotions had never been so complicated. These conflicting emotions had tormented her for countless years. When she was sealed in the demon burial abyss, she had been silently counting in her heart. When the light outside the abyss disappeared, it meant that a day had passed in the outside world. This cycle repeated over and over again. She had counted countless years, starting from the Forbidden Era, crossing several great eras in between, and finally escaping. In the middle, she had even gone crazy. She had become a true devil with only evil intentions, with only the thought of slaughtering the heavens. After escaping from the demon burial abyss, she had bathed the upper realm in blood and killed her way to where Gu Changa was. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Chan Hongyi felt that this was not an exaggeration to describe her. However, later on, as her cultivation recovered, her temperament gradually calmed down and she could control her evil intentions. Although she still became a devil, she wouldn't lose her mind like before and only have thoughts of killing. What is the truth that I am searching for? Chan Hongyi's figure disappeared. Like a passerby, she followed behind the red-robed girl and watched her go to the underworld. She watched her warn the disciples of the divine sword Dao sect not to follow her. She also watched the young man named Songming, trying to get closer to the red-robed girl. However, the red-robed girl was very cold and didn't even look at him. She had been enduring and couldn't wait to draw her sword and kill him. Chanhongi looked at her past self and couldn't help but show some gentleness on her face. At that time, she just felt that this young man, who was only meeting for the first time, was very annoying and didn't think much of it. Looking at it now, she understood that this young man named Songming actually had a good impression of her back then, although it was only the first time they met. At that time, she didn't think much of it. She just felt that this guy was very annoying, but he wasn't a bad person. He even helped her get rid of a few demons at the underworld. When asked about her origin, she said that she came from that mountain. In the end, no one believed her and thought that she was joking. Later on, when she told her master about this matter, it made him a little unhappy, and he told her to have less contact with these sect disciples. The next day, she saw a patriarch-level figure from Songming's sect come to the foot of the mountain and kneel there with Songming. Chanhongi originally thought that these memories were blurry, but now she realized that she just chose to forget them. Now that she returned to this era, they were incomparably clear. Her figure passed through the sea of trees and continued to move forward along the timeline. In the vast river of time, the space-time she was in was just a small fragment. However, to the people of this space-time, it was thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Chapter 860. This was a fragment of time buried in an ancient era. It was surrounded by darkness and drowned in the river of time. If one wanted to find it, they could only rely on luck. Even Chanhongi was not sure if she could safely leave and return to the present world that belonged to her. For her, the most important thing was to follow the river of time upstream and find the truth that she wanted. During this process, she did not return to the mountain. She only glanced at it from afar. She was worried that she would be immersed in the beautiful memories of the past and forget her original intentions. In the end, she would drown in the past. Her mind was firm, but she could not guarantee that she would not be affected by the past. Time passed, but it slowed down and then began to reverse. Chanhongi walked through the blurry scenes of time like a passerby, experiencing these scenes herself. In the end, she returned to that familiar mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a red-clothed girl timidly pulled on the sleeve of a blurry figure and stood behind him. In front of this red-clothed girl, many bandits were kneeling in fear and begging for mercy. They destroyed your village and burned down your home. Don't you want revenge? The gentle voice of a man sounded. It seemed to carry some strange magic that made the red-clothed girl, who was originally uneasy, angry, and filled with hatred, gradually calm down. I do, she replied. Her voice was clear and contained a strong will. Then take your revenge now. They are all in front of you. You can do whatever you want to them. The man's voice was still gentle, as if he would not be affected by the things of this world. Chanhongi watched this scene from afar. She watched as the little girl in red wielded her padao and killed the bandits, one by one with a pop. She did not care about the blood that sprayed on her face and body. Her clear eyes were filled with hatred for revenge. At that time in her heart, it was indeed this group of bandits who had massacred her village, her parents, and many other innocent villagers. From that day onwards, she began to rely on her master and saw him as the closest person in the world. Back then, she had never thought that one day in the future, she would discover the cruel truth. The bandits that had massacred the village were actually arranged by her master. In other words, the master she had always respected and admired was her greatest enemy. When she understood all of this, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She simply didn't dare to believe all of this, nor was she willing to accept it. It wasn't until she ran to her master in tears and questioned him, only to receive a nonchalant yes, that she suddenly realized. It turned out that her master's indifference had always been deeply rooted in his bones. He had never cared about her heart-wrenching pain at that time. It was also from that day onwards that Chanhongi discovered that the world she had always believed in had collapsed. She had never been able to see the true face of the master she thought she was incomparably familiar with. Seeing this scene again, Chan Hongi couldn't hide the sadness in her heart and couldn't bear to watch. Does the so-called truth still matter? She asked herself. She had seen a lot along the way, but she had never gotten the answer she wanted. Coming to the foot of the mountain again and seeing the past that he didn't want to recall, it was like tearing open a long scar. Chan Hongi stopped in the distance, but in the end, she still chose to leave. She didn't know what the truth was that she wanted to know, and whether the truth existed or not. Or is it to say that this is just something that I think exists? But in reality, this thing doesn't exist? Chan Hongi was like a lonely wandering soul, trekking through this ancient era. No one could see her. She was lonely, like the little girl in red who had no one to rely on. Later on, she came to the shore of the netherworld and saw Tao Yao, who was just a little monster. At this time, Tao Yao was still being bullied by many older monsters. Tao Yao used to be a very gentle and weak person, but now even she has changed. I'm the one who's changing, Chan Hongi muttered to herself as she traversed through the years. Ripples spread, and she unknowingly arrived at a familiar small village. This was the place where she was born. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, crisscrossing roads and houses. It was a peaceful and quiet scene. The villagers worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Some of the originally blurry faces became clear at this moment. They were villagers that she couldn't name but were very familiar with. Back then, she was carefree and didn't know what cultivation was. She only learned from her parents that there were immortals who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. However, all of this was completely destroyed on a certain night. Suddenly, bandits came and massacred the village. A huge fire burned everything to ashes. She only wanted to know why her master did this back then. What was his reason? Even if he gave her a suitable explanation, it would be fine. She could accept it herself. However, it was just a simple explanation, and there wasn't even a lie. Chan Hongi sighed softly and quietly watched all of this. Time moved forward by a few years, and it was the year she was born. However, at this moment, Chan Hongi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her previous calmness was gone as she stared at the night sky. A red light flashed past, dazzling like a meteor. Under the dark night sky, it was incomparably obvious, and this red light was heading straight for the village where she was born. Is this red light me? In this red light, she felt a familiar aura. It was her own. The moment the red light fell, she was accompanied by a baby's cry. She was born. Why don't I have any memories of this before? Chan Hongi frowned tightly. She carefully searched through her memories, but she couldn't remember anything about this. She had never heard her parents mention that there was such a scene when she was born. Such a shocking red light illuminated half of the village. Dogs barked everywhere. Many villagers rushed over after hearing the news. No one would have thought that a newborn baby would bring about such a terrifying phenomenon. Even her birth parents were extremely frightened and wanted to throw her away. Many villagers shouted that they wanted to burn her to death. They thought that such a red light was a bloody light that represented bad luck. In the future, it would bring a great disaster to the village. Some of the villagers began to pick up some stones and threw them at the infant girl. Her parents even went to find torches. Their faces were filled with resentment and anger. They wanted to burn their newborn daughter to death. A red light descending from the sky. An ominous sign. It was clearly the first time Chan Hongi had seen such a scene. Her eyes were filled with shock and shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. In her memories, her parents were honest and hardworking people. Why would they show such resentment and anger? The kind and peaceful villagers were actually so ruthless. They wanted to kill a newborn baby? Was it because she had a shocking red light when she was born? This was completely different from the village and villagers in her memories. Is there a problem with my memories? Or is there a problem during this period of time? Chan Hongi's brows furrowed tightly as she pondered what had gone wrong. Why was there such a large discrepancy between her memories and what she was seeing now. No, there's nothing wrong with my memories. There's also nothing wrong with what I'm seeing now. It's just that there's something wrong with the village I grew up in. Soon, she figured out the crux of the problem. The problem didn't lie with her memories or what she was seeing now. These are my real parents and the villagers I got along with. Chan Hongyi's lips curled into a mocking smile. It was unknown whether she was mocking herself or mocking these people. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating everyone's faces. They were distorted, angry, and malevolent. One by one, lit torches were held up high. A newborn baby girl who had yet to open her eyes was crying there. However, no one went up to help her. Even her biological parents insisted on burning her to death. A baby girl born with an ominous red light not only represented ominous in this era, but also misfortune. It would become an enormous burden. Because she had given birth to a daughter, her mother's expression became resentful. She seemed to be scolding her. Why weren't you a boy? Her father's expression was also incomparably angry and cold. He watched as the surrounding villagers threw stones at the baby girl. He didn't move in the slightest. When Chan Hongyi returned to the past and saw the scene of her birth, she, who should have been furious, was exceptionally calm. There were no ripples in her heart. It was as if she was experiencing all of this from the perspective of an outsider. In fact, she even felt a little more relaxed now. Perhaps this was the truth she had been searching for. What a bunch of fools. Suddenly, a man's emotionless voice rang out in the village where dogs were barking and the sounds of burning people could be heard. Mas, 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 mas. Chan Hongyi's voice trembled slightly. This was the first time she had said those two words since returning to the past. A blurry figure that seemed to be shrouded in fog suddenly appeared in the village. He crouched down. There seemed to be a layer of invisible ripples around him. All the stones that were thrown at him were reduced to dust. He picked up the baby girl on the ground. The baby girl who had been crying suddenly quieted down. Her crying gradually stopped. All the villagers were alarmed. They thought they had seen a monster in the middle of the night and wanted to escape. However, their feet seemed to be filled with lead. They couldn't move at all. Their eyes were filled with fear as they shouted in fear. Poor little girl. If I hadn't happened to pass by, you would have been burned to death and stoned to death tonight. His voice was neither soft nor slow. There was an indescribable emotion in it. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, Chan Hongyi knew from this familiar voice that he was her master. Before this, she didn't know that something like tonight would happen. She also didn't know that her biological parents had wanted to burn her to death from the moment she was born. Master! At this moment, Chan Hongyi looked at him in a daze. Her heart was trembling, and her eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. It's a pity that I don't know how to take care of children. Otherwise, I could have brought you back to the mountain. You were born from the condensation of blood. You must have been an extraordinary person in your previous life. As he spoke, a layer of misty light fell on the baby girl's body. The places that were injured by the stones quickly healed. During the entire process, all the villagers seemed to be frozen in place. Their eyes were wide open as they watched everything in horror. Ignorance is never an excuse. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, let alone humans. Chan Hongyi looked at Gu Changa as he calmly said these words. He seemed to want to wave his hand and wipe out the lives of these people, but he stopped himself. At this moment, another figure that she had never expected to appear had also appeared. This was a figure in green clothes. It was very blurry, but it was difficult to conceal her peerless beauty. Her black hair was like black, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were calm and clear, like warm jade, but also like the bright and flawless moon. The Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. Chan Hongyi naturally recognized her. She only knew that Gu Changa called her Chingy. The two of them seemed to be close friends and had a deep relationship. She even asked Gu Changa what their relationship was. However, he always replied that they were just good friends. Chan Hongyi had never imagined that she would see this familiar figure in her past, and that he would appear on the day of her birth. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but humans are different. When the Grand Palace Master heard this, she nodded in agreement. Her gaze fell on the baby girl, and her voice was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. Actually, I can bring her back to the immortal palace. This little girl was born from the condensation of blood. She has an excellent foundation, and her future is limitless. The immortal palace only knows how to teach people, but it doesn't necessarily know how to bring people back. Gu Changa shook his head and said calmly, she should have a stable and worry-free childhood here. Chapter 861. The fire was brightly lit and the dogs were barking. All the villagers were unable to move, as if they had been struck by a paralysis talisman. They could only stare in horror at the two people who had suddenly appeared. To them, such a scene was tantamount to a legend of ghosts and gods descending from the sky and stopping them with a wave of their hand. It seems that you are very interested in this little baby girl. The Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, dressed in green, seemed to be sculpted from the flawless moonlight. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. She spoke softly, and her voice was like the sound of nature. Her gaze fell on the baby girl in Gu Changa's arms. I just feel that she is destined to be with me. What a poor little girl. Gu Changa just shook his head gently. He raised his hand, and a hazy light sprinkled in front of him. All the villagers who were frozen in place felt as if something was erased from their minds. Their originally frightened and uneasy expressions became sluggish. Then, like walking corpses, they returned to their respective houses. The baby girl's parents also seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Their expressions were very sluggish as they turned and walked back to their houses. Even if you erase their memories, you are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Ignorance is rooted in their hearts and will break out again one day, the Grand Palace Master said. If such a day really comes, it is up to her to judge and decide whether she is ignorant or not. Gu Changa just shook his head when he heard that. His tone was light and breezy. Let's go. After saying that, he put the baby girl back into the house and turned to leave with the Grand Palace Master. The two figures disappeared into the horizon. All of the villagers' memories of this night were erased, including the baby girl's parents, who also forgot about it. The so-called bloody disaster, an ominous omen, disappeared from the minds of all the villagers. Master, whether she is ignorant or not, it is up to me to judge. Chan Hongyi looked at all this in a daze and muttered to herself. She somewhat understood Gu Changa's meaning. That was to say, he wanted her to make a judgment one day after she understood all this. She stood there in silence for a long time. Then she composed herself and walked into the house again to look at the sleeping baby girl. The baby girl was sleeping very quietly. Her skin, which had been bruised by the stone earlier, was already completely healed. It even had a lustrous glow to it, as if it was carved from jade. If it wasn't for Gu Changa appearing tonight and saving her, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Perhaps her parents and the villagers had long regarded her as a bad omen, and she had been burned to death or stoned to death. He had already died here. It was even more impossible to say what would happen in the future. However, Gu Changa had never mentioned any of this to her. It was as if none of this had ever happened. Why didn't you ever tell me this, Master? Not even a word of explanation? What are you trying to do? Chan Hongyi asked. She knew that with Gu Changa's personality, everything he did had a purpose. He would rather be misunderstood by her than tell her the truth. Master, why did you hide all this from me? Chan Hongyi's heart trembled. Her eyes sparkled as she suddenly thought of what Tao Yao had said to her. After Gu Changa turned against the immortal palace and destroyed the heavens, if he really wanted to kill her, why did he only seal her and throw her into the demon burial abyss? Given Gu Changa's strength, if he wanted to kill her, she really couldn't even withstand one palm strike. All this time, Chanhongi had felt that Gu Changa might have been soft-hearted and couldn't bear to kill her. That was what she had been telling herself all this time. However, after seeing all this, Chanhongi suddenly realized that she seemed to have misunderstood him all this time. Many things were preconceived from the perspective of the enemy, but because of this, many details were overlooked. After reincarnating, it was he who personally released her from the demon burial abyss in this life. Even during the encirclement battle in the Divine City, he didn't do anything to her. Instead, he schemed to attract many experts for her to devour to recover her chi and blood origin. When she fell into the Boundary Monument Sea, she pretended to be unconscious and forgot many things of the past in an attempt to poison Gu Changa. But he still enjoyed it. Even though he knew that it was highly poisonous, he didn't refuse to swallow it. Too many things came crashing down on Chanhongi like a tidal wave, leaving her rooted to the ground. Only now did she realize that she had been taking revenge on Gu Changa all this time. Even though he had unified the heavens of the upper world and recovered his unimaginable and terrifying strength, he had never done anything to her. I have been taking revenge on him all this time. On the contrary, he has helped me many times in secret. He didn't complain about being misunderstood by me and silently accepted all this. And I've been trying to cause trouble for him, Chanhongi muttered. Her eyes were sparkling, and her hair fluttered in the wind as she stood in the vast void. This fragment of the long river of time became even more unstable and was about to collapse. She figured out a lot of things at once. Why did the long river of time rebel? It was probably because Gu Changa sensed that she and Tao Yao risked their lives to step into it and might be buried here forever. That was why he came all the way here in an attempt to stop them. And after she sank to the bottom of the sea, it was Gu Changa who appeared and brought her back. As for why Gu Changa never explained these things, allowing her to misunderstand and hate him to the core, Chanhongi guessed that this was probably a grand scheme of his own. He had his own considerations and calculations. If those bandits were really arranged by Master, then it would make sense, but my intuition tells me that Master wouldn't do such a thing. Chanhongi was certain, especially since Gu Changa and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Tsing Yi, had an extremely good relationship, as if they were bosom friends. Why would the two of them suddenly turn against each other? It even led to the destruction of the Immortal Palace and the eternal heavens being buried together. The entire epic fell into darkness and became a taboo. This in itself was like a fallacy, and it was very difficult to explain. Chanhongi felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. There must be some unknown secret hidden within, or just like today, the truth that she did not know. The flow of time before her eyes became blurry. This time, she did not reverse time, but followed the timeline like a bystander, witnessing many things that happened in this world in the past few decades. Because Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable and unpredictable, even in this timeline, she could only vaguely see some shadows. His entire body was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, Chanhongi was extremely familiar with him and could naturally determine who he was. If another terrifying existence was fortunate enough to traverse the long river of time and come to this period of time, it would be impossible for them to know who Gu Changa was. Fortunately, Chanhongi had such a special relationship with him, which allowed her to sort out many things. From afar, she watched the baby girl gradually grow up and experience everything in her memory. Then, she became Gu Changa's disciple and followed him in cultivation. But gradually, Chanhongi felt that something was wrong. Because of her existence, there would be some unpleasant disputes between the Immortal Palace's Grand Palace Master Tsing Yi and Gu Changa. At first, it would be some teasing, but later on, she could feel that the Grand Palace Master Tsing Yi was somewhat displeased with her existence. And every time, Gu Changa would appear to be very casual and indifferent towards these problems, as if he did not take them to heart. Could it be because of this? She could not believe it, and her eyes widened. Moreover, Chan Hongyi could not help but think of another matter. Could it be that the bandits that destroyed her village were arranged by the Grand Palace Master Ching-yi? Was the purpose just to sow discord between her and her master? Was the conflict between the two also because of this? However, Chan Hongyi still did not believe it. She felt that this was different from the Grand Palace Master Ching-yi that she knew. Grand Palace Master Ching-yi is so transcendent. She can't be so narrow-minded. There must be a reason for doing this. She did this on purpose?